another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noao. Hey, Anamekele Maduche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Keyamo, it's another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Keyamo, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, faster, for freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noao. Hey, Anamekele Maduche Mefo.
Great to know. Good morning, and welcome everyone to another Ogbonge show. Today I don't know by the verse. Well, I think the simple way to put it is that at the verse because I just thinking about today's discussion, the main headline about Festus Keyamo and Dele Momodu, who at one time in Nigeria history they are from the same states, before the separate data, balkanize the then Bender states, now Edo and Delta. Still, so I still see there. I mean, especially when Festus Keyamo graduated from Ambusali University. I come dey think, say, wetin Abusali and Tony Enaro, you know, how if they are alive today, they see wetin these two Igbo like illustrious Niger Delta young men, who have get a lot of followership. People look up to them a lot across the nation generally, you know, from different reasons, but both has to do with a leadership position. So, and we invest a lot of hope from person like Keyamo based on his age that he will go far as far as Nigeria is concerned. And they never model too. I mean, in the 60s, nobody say old like that. I still believe he still has a role to play. Ever we choose to, push this country, we will call our own. So seeing them going after themselves, they insult themselves publicly. I feel sad, and I just feel like, make me come go back to think about the president of Tony Enaro, the role he played in this country, and a lot of people that he inspires, including these two gentlemen. He inspired them, I'm pretty sure. And Bruce Ali, I mean, for Keyamo to graduate from Ambusali University, which is always very proud of, and we see the impact that school make generally when it comes to law, education in Nigeria. So how you go to feel if you see them there alive? What would the reaction be? So now, what do they think about these two people that they saw themselves using all kinds of work, calling the same dog? It's uh, it's sad. It's fun though, because it's politics. But at the same time, when you look at it now, within our the younger generation who are keen follower of these two gentlemen, I wonder how they feel. Well, again, maybe I may just see am like that. Hopefully, we have different opinions and views, and at the end of the day, we're able to learn on one or two things, and most importantly, entertain our audience. So, I use this opportunity to say thank you and invite you know people to support us, support the channel, buy coffee. Buying a coffee doesn't mean mean literally you go buy the coffee. Just go on your phone, your computer, three ways, just three ways, one, two, three, and you have supported the channel. So those who are religiously supporting us, the likes of Jafar, we say thank you. And those who are still thinking about it, whenever they convince yet, we say why they won't give this ugly looking motherfucker with that money to drink coffee. They can touch your heart. So, but still, we need your support to expand, bring more. The goal, the nearest goal is to be on 24 hours. You know, just to entertain, educate, not just our faces, but the idea is to bring more. But we can only do that if we have more resources in our hand to actually reach out, pay people to do just buy more equipment to actually get that done. So what I try to say, mean business is serious. We are trying to. This is time whereby not time where um, fake news there everywhere and um, information warfare. That's another thing that It's also very, very one of the disadvantage of this information age that we are so much going gaga about that. Doing good actually, bringing the world smaller than ever before. But yeah, that is some of the upside down that. So we stand in between all that. How to dilute, not necessarily say we have to deep want to actually put to certify any information they say that the real one with this. But I want to bring that information, fake or original, with that certain together. Me, you, anybody will come on screen, those on the conversation. People where they listen, they also feedback, comments they go on, conversation continue even after the live show. So now the idea is that bring more information from our country, dissect it, and provide solution from our own, little confine, just a little capacity. They say that a journey of 1,000 man begins with this step. Charity begins as someone who start today. So even if you bring your own news come, feel free to bring any information we hear and put it out here. We are not saying, hey, we have the authority or the monopoly to say, yes, this is the right info, now the correct one, the fake with this. But I'm pretty sure by the time 10 people, 5 people, 20 people, 50 people go around with that information, even you will bring the information, you'll be in a better place to say, okay, where the information is right or wrong. So now the whole idea of this channel, that's why we require you guys support. So to make that happen, let's work together. And now we let's move all our politicians. We will disagree, we will agree, we will fight, but let's not be permanent enemies. Let's not be permanent friends. If we cannot be friends, but let's have be permanent interest. What is that interest? The interest is how to make Nigeria better. And we are saying that our next generation, if we know there again, waiting history to talk about us, our role, because we want to be a storytellers. We are telling our story. What will people say about us? That's the most important thing. That's so me see the word anyway. I don't know about you. So let's go into the workshop and see our panelists with the Ajale Koko is with us this morning. The one and only Ajale Koko. The Enegbe, the October 1 of
the awesome son of awesome land. How you doing now?
I do fine. I the best.
What did they make
I
you
the
the
best.
verse? I beg no verse.
I
So
the
you
best.
verse like
I
this.
am vexed.
Voila, don't
I
come
am
with that.
vexed. I am vexed. And if I the verse where I dey cry, I go soon start to dey cry because I dey really the verse. I the
Why you
verse
the verse?
because I the verse
You
because
the verse because your kankaso no they have in way or now waiting they make you the face.
oh, if that's this small smile where they see for my face. So there that one they come from. It's coming from Coco so hen because I'm pleased the way things they go.
Kankaso no they have in way for this matter. It
No,
means
no,
not the
no.
kind of thing. Now I make you the verse. So what you want to do now? Make you go join your
Yeah,
video now.
I see. The way things they go make now, the way things they go on now, maybe we'll talk about later on or within the next session. The way things they go with this US where they evacuate their families away from Nigeria. From my own perspective, I think they are trying to actually discourage this idea of crowd everywhere, 1 million march, blah 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 everywhere. To me, because experts don't they advise say they should consider that this is 2022. Candidates should be able to compromise, make them go use local radio station, TV station. You understand? Make them use that to reach people now to avoid story that touch the hearts. Soft targets now where crowd plenty. If it this terror a lot of a thing that we then give Abuja people so all the whole country. So in order to gathering 1 million, 2 million, 5 million is a soft target. So now I'm reading it that way. I feel busy now, be like that. So, but if that is the case, People like Konkoso and Obi go to celebrate because they actually did a lot already in terms of reaching voters. If you want to classify the 1 million march of Obi as a strategy of his own, because Konkoso has been on that ground, they go from local government to pretty much local government within the northern zone. Yes, let me put it that way. But it's a 4-out race, so you won't really remember. But Moko wait November 1st, he go drop what's the name they call am? He call am blueprints, but they call am manifesto. So that's the smile we see them at face more. But generally, at the best because Keyamo and Festus, my two of my uncles, they misbehave. They form my for public. They insult themselves like crackheads. I'm sorry for my foreign language, but how else can I describe these two men insulting themselves all because they won't either make a point to support their principal. So actually go make I read the story where they make me the verse for you then I see what you think. You did there.
I did. Make you the read and they go.
The short breakfast. Um yeah,
I get something we play with from my mouth.
you need them. Yeah, Minister of State for Labour, Festus Keyamo, said People Democratic Party PDP chieftain Dele Momodu was only after Atiku Abubakar money. Festus Keyamo is the spokesperson of the Bola Tinubu Kashim Shettima Presidential Campaign Council. Momodu, who hold the same position in the PDP campaign, had called Keyamo a nuisance and a figurehead in the Buhari administration. That's the first shot. Bam. In reply, Keyamo called the publisher a miserable fellow that overrated himself but crashed like a wiggly bird from the futile presidential ambition. I'm sorry if I laugh. I know just expect those kind of words from these people, nuisance and figurehead, and I mean it's uncalled for. Anyway, let me continue. The minister said Momodu and ended up as an hyperactive airline and attack dog of perhaps the worst serial loser in Nigeria electoral history. Okay, now. Oh my God. Why? 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 That's somebody, Papa with that. That's somebody's father. I, you know, call attack dog for national TV. For what? Anyway, we can no judge. Keyamo noted that this opponent's only CV to make an attempt at the presidency is more than mere photo ops with celebrities and the high and mighty in society. And so you just Dele Momodu to. Okay. This is the sad story of hopeless clown in his 60s. This guy no one stop. Desperately looking to pick whatever pieces are left of his life by shamelessly worming his way into the pocket of Atiku Abubakar. Oh Lord, may God help us. Oh God. The APC chieftain said Momodu, this guy don't want stop. Momodu made himself available to execute dirty jobs against his long-standing benefactor, Bola Tinubu. Yes, I say yes to that. Keyamo said Momodu was quick to don the toga of freedom fighter on behalf of ex-Lagos Governor Akumuyi Ambode for not getting a second term ticket in APC in 2008. So na your role with that. You attack Bola Tinubu from that angle. I don't know where I go work, but That's a good position to shoot from. The senior advocate noted that despite serving as a PR consultant to Ambodi, Momodu came out to praise Tinubu on October 26, 2019, in his column. Keyamo said Momodu operates from the lowest rung of moral de- debauchery. I don't know if I get the word right. The English guru out there should know what I mean. Moral debauchery, adding that the PDP official is a man who provides his next meal tickets. This guy. I don't know. To me, I think this is too much. Yeah, for me, it's just too much. Atiku is the latest victim of his con man. If by God grace, Asiwaju wins the presidency next year, expect Mr. Momodu to do another somersault by shamelessly opposing another Oriki that is praised. I don't know what language is that people know. This statement I did. I don't know. It's just this. Then I go. I don't know. I mean, isn't that too much? This are these
Obvious.
are these are family man.
I'm surprised you are expressing disappointment in what is playing out. No be you the talk say all na politics. That one no be
Well,
included. No be you the talk. No be you be the
yeah.
commander in chief of all na politics. Eh? So why are you surprised? I
Maybe
should
because
read them. I should
I'm
read
trying not. Maybe I'm trying not to pick side.
I should read them. You know, I just dey laugh. I say, see, Ovio, where they do like like say him be small boy for this political matter. So not be you they talk tell us campaign to us all na politics all the time. Why you dey surprise for this politics where these people they play? Not be
Oh,
politics to
so
stop
okay.
me.
Yes, maybe I'm putting myself in the younger generation. People, you understand? We see they look up to this guy. It would take them a bit to get out. Say, okay, they don't really mean other. They don't really mean what they are saying. Or it's part of. I understand it's part of the game, but I don't know. It just, I just thought they could do better. I just imagine these people are going after themselves based on ideas, based on policies. I mean, the process will be richer based on their experience and what have they able to achieve in their various life. But they just did they take the other route as they saw the how that want to help us in the present.
Make I ask you a question. Between two of them, who are you disappointed in the most? You
Oh
hear
man.
me? Huh?
I want to say I'm disappointed in Keyamo, but again, I think Dele Momodu being the older guy shouldn't have take the first shot. So just like you beat Pikin, you can't tell him you can't want tell her make he no cry, or you tell her yeah you go take cry. That's exactly how this thing be. So again, I will say I did disappointed in Momodu for taking the first shots. So
Okay.
yes, if I'll come from that angle. Yes, I'm more disappointed in him. I think he's been in the media too long. He's educated enough to use a better way, yeah, better words or expression to drive his point without necessarily come out naked.
Okay. Uh, you see, Dele Momodu have not done anything wrong. To me,
Okay.
he has not done anything wrong. He was just warning Nigeria not to vote for a candidate with dictatorial tendency. And he cited several cases where when Tinubu, acted dictatorially. He mentioned the case of what do you call it? Vice governors that work with him. As a matter of fact, he was the only governor that had two deputy governor during his year, that fired two deputy governors during his own time in office. He was the one that had trouble with Fashola, that he anointed to be governor of Lagos State. Same he did to Ambode. You understand what I'm saying? So Dele Momodu was just, and Tokunbo Afikuyemi. So all these instances that Dele Momodu narrated are all fact. You can't deny it. So this is what Dele Momodu was telling Nigeria, that Nigerian people make na open na eye. This man na so he be, make una no vote for him. He dey campaign for his own party now, and he dey throw something out that we should be that is of concern, that should be of concern to us. We have seen what we went through with what we can describe as the dictatorial rule by BUHARI for the past 7.5 years now. Disrespect to the rule of law and all this violation of our right and all the rest. We have seen it. So this is what Dele Momodu was saying. So Dele Momodu did not say
he called him a nuisance. He called him a nuisance. I don't know, but
he called who nuisance?
Keyamo, while he was trying to make his point. He called Keyamo a nuisance and a figurehead in Buhari administration.
Did he say that? I'm not sure if I heard that.
Yeah, that's what he started, you know.
Did he call him? Oh, okay, maybe he did. If he did that, I think he crossed the line there. He shouldn't call him nuisance. But what I can remember that I heard him saying is that he was a failure in totality. That he, by the virtue of his position in Buhari's government, he had failed to achieve anything good for the country, particularly with regard to how do you mention it, the ASU strike and every other labor matters. They didn't handle it well. They failed, you know. And I think that was what I'm not sure. He might be right, as you are saying. Say call him nuisance, but if you call him nuisance, I think I will not agree with Dele Momodu with that. That is wrong. But you know, but the matter, the correct matter, be say everything way Dele Momodu talk now true, no be lie. Me too, I know somebody. We be say no, I know somebody. We be very close.
Make I read. Let me read Dele Momodu, one of his reply. One of his. He continued to the. God, this what we is though. This is from Keyamo. Let me read from Dele Momodu what he posted on his Instagram. He said, "Dear Festus, once again, I am compelled to respond to your detribed against my person just because I critique the manifesto of your presidential candidate, Chief Bola Tinubu. I will only say the following for the records. You and I never interacted much often than an occasion when you needed free publicity. As always, I would do anything for attention. There was the occasion when you had a controversial battle with your dates, and I called to appeal to you to do the needful. I also called on you at your office to congratulate you on the attainment of your senior advocate of Nigeria status. On all occasions, you accorded me the respect that I earned and deserve. You will recall that you practically photobombed yourself into our picture the day I walked into Major General Muhammadu Buhari apartment in London because it was an opportunity for you to trend. You are a media creation and we supply you the oxygen regularly. Let me note that, unlike you, I was not desperate for any appointment and so did not join APC when I humbly supported Buhari. There was never a time I discussed APC with you. When I had direct access to your bosses, I discovered the rudeness of APC government nearly early enough and promptly and publicly apologized to Nigeria for my past support. History will forever record my modest contribution to that blistering campaign, for which my impact was considered significant. On Governor Akuyemi Ambode, he had so much to offer and showcase to the world, and I was happy to celebrate him amongst the pentagon of great African leaders who remarkably infrastructure projects in the League of President John Mahama and Governor Nyesom Wike. Aviation International has remained consistent with this great tradition. Our job is our job is too serious and very different from that of a busybody lawyer who jump into every case just for hype. I noticed your rapid deterioration since you took on this job of a junior minister in a ministry bedeviled with so much confusion. You need urgent deliverance from your present from your other giddiness, and I would gladly oblige you the service of an exorcist, your brother, Dele Momodu. Go on apologies indeed, Abi.
Well, according to you, all na politics. So I'm not sure if he call him nuisance, but all I can remember is that he said that Keyamo a noisemaker. Say everywhere you see him, they talk. Say they now shout, shout, shout till they shout. Say even if you see him for court, now so he go to shout. Say you don't know where he got that training from to the shout. So, but what he said concerning Tinubu are absolute true, nothing but true. So you cannot disprove that because we have avalanche of evidences where cases where Tinubu don't act dictatorially. I personally, I can tell you of somebody I know that is very close to him, and that person wanted to contest for political uh, office, and he told him, "Okay, I want to do this, so you approve me to go and this." He said, "Oh, okay, okay, no problem, go." Only for that person, only for him to turn around against that person 3 days to the day of primary and anointed another person for that job. That this is the person we have anointed. And he did not even call him to tell him, hey, sorry or this thing, we can't do it. He just pick another person from the group, and that is the person that the group must support, and that is it. Why must you do that? Say it's somebody that is very close to you. You cannot do that to that person like that. At the beginning, where that person come meet you, say, "Oh God, I won't do this," wait till you see. We for tell them, say, "Oh, no, no, be your own turn now." Now, so person we won't field for that position. That person will not involve in buying form, spending millions to buy form, to organize people, campaign organization, started
but
spending money and wasted all the money in drain. You can't do that to a human being, for God's sake.
It's all politics. It's called politics.
That is dictatorial distance. It's not good.
No, but Azalego, you, even you too.
That's a dictatorial tendency.
No,
You don't do that to somebody that is even very close. I'm talking of somebody that is close to him. It's not a person from another group.
Baba, hold on. What if
that's a person in his group that is close to him?
Baba,
you don't do that.
Baba, let me say something, right? In politics, right, you look at certain optics and you look at certain variables before you pitch your tent to. That person may be
I don't talk my show to Oyibo channel. No, be so we agree on.
The money service is supposed to be pigeon, right?
Now pigeon,
yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Maybe not my fault. I think it's my fault.
Now Ovie show. Now Ovie they do money service.
I just have I have a probably little time this morning to share, but you know,
this is a pigeon could slow us down.
Easy. But waiting me I could talk right about that now. One, politics is all about aesthetics and optics sometimes. And then when you want of course we don't hear so many things about this man. The question that everybody should be on everybody's mind or head is should be why always him? Why not always this guy? They even people we know really know his story. Even Peking, we just start politics, right? We just know about waiting at the core politics like 4 months ago when certain person moved from one place to another. Now then they start to do their own politics. They already talk about the history where they don't know about this person for years. And when you look at when you go into history lane to see why this man they different, why in they always they constant, like a recycled stories on the leaves of all these person where they talk about them. If you check all in colleagues, the league of 99 to 2007 where the politics, you see that all of them don't fizzle out completely, or the one we see they there now, still they hang up to just be relevant. So why you can't go back again, say why him still they relevant to the point of almost, becoming a president now. So you can't see the difference. You can't see why the story no go end. And you can't see why they go see they talk about him. Because over here, leadership is all about, it's not about you as a person. It's about who you feel, who if you be my party now over here, waiting I'm going to look about your life be people where they around you. How waiting they don't gain from you, which kind of impact, which kind of thing you don't impart for their life, right? Like 10 years ago, your little cycle, where you did now, where then they the same level where you did okay, you did on top, right? That on top level where you did, then they the same level as that on top where you did, the same level we go there equilibrium to that level where you did. So when you go back to the history, why all the people we are talking about probably 0.1% of all these people where that they use say talk about in history about his experience. Why they don't talk about the people where they don't sit there with him 10 years ago, 20 years ago, right? You understand everything I talk about? Because if you be my friend, right? Friendship is about, of course, you be human being now, you go do one kind of crazy thing at a time, but no that if you do 10 good for me, only one bad if you do I no go feel judge you with that one, say okay, you be bad person, I no go feel trust you because I know where we they come from and I know where we they go. So look at the people where he don't deal with you to everybody. Look at the people where don't deal in circle for the past 20 years. See where they don't deal together now. So the one or two will drop out of that. You go back, go check why they drop out or why they no fit meet why they no dey inside the train up to now. So we go talk about one. Okay, if you look at Akerele Bucknor, for instance, Akerele Bucknor, right? if you go check their problem, I know say people go want to say in deputy governor do this, in deputy governor do this. Number one, from day one, as created the backlog, no suppose even they with Asiwaju get in own person when you want shoes, but they are very caucus, the AD part where him belong to them. They talk saying our own candidate be this, and why you know want to be say Baba, this guy we died, this former Attorney General of the Federation, we died under OBJ. What's his name? This Bolaige, right? Yeah. Bolaige get in caucus under AD. This then Baba Afenifere now, we endorse Peter Obi, then get their own caucus. She'll get. So their history, they long. So because of respect and say, okay, because of respect and political calculation, actually you no get choice. He got to go with Akerele, and they no say problem will happen. Shani. Eventually the problem happen. She go away. Even Pedro we come replace him. Pedro at a point they influence him. He can't come back again, can't apologize, can't still deal with the guy. Now no be Pedro they talk like last week. They praise this same man. So when they talk about bad things about people, like me now, all of them then get their own bad side, they get their own good side. But why the story of one person?
Why he come up Pedro that year?
No be come up Pedro. Waiting happen be na party should just be like waiting happen to Ambode. If you listen to his statement, she'll get because people go talk, they no go understand waiting day. It just be like the problem where in get that time, where APC get that time with Akeredolu for Ondo State, right? If the big men, because Tinubu na just one person for APC, she'll get. So when the member of all those old men where they wear white cap for APC for PDP, then Baba Odunbaku, when they tell you say Ogbeni, you know they go anywhere, she'll get. And this man they push am say just give am the second term make he comot. Then tell am say if you foist this man on top of us, she'll get. Forget the whole structure where they behind you, because him not be only the structure. You got to listen to all those members of those men. I don't forget
so Tinubu wants Pedro to continue, Abi.
He wanted Pedro and Ambode to the last minute, but those men go and look, go check who be opposed to Cardinal Odunbaku for Lagos. Go check who that person be.
Enigmatic.
But people go come saying that Tinubu come out and Ambode himself. Waiting do.
I know Pedro like no person. I know I'm my
why did you say Pedro come back?
Young guy then.
Why did you say come back? Why did you say Obanikoro come back? Why did you say Atiku'S we go contest under AMPP then come back? Why did you say Bucknor no go ever come back? So all these things, yeah, he get undertone where we say you guys, but because everybody want to talk about if their wife know they feed them well for their house, na Tinubu. If Papa knows pay school fees, na Tinubu.
Make a comment small. Enigmatic. Tinubu cannot be right all the time.
No, I know they talk say they understand that they talk. I don't say they right okay. I don't talk say they right.
What we are talking about is that he has dictatorial tendency. Is it true or false?
No, okay.
Is that what your question is?
That is what we are talking. That is what Dele Momodu said about him.
Okay, Dele Momodu.
And he cited instances.
The instances where it's right. Now, wait till I just tell you now. But this Dele Momodu said.
Hold on, guys.
Go check what Dele Momodu write about Atiku where they support now. Go check him.
Let me give one example that which they happen now, like for China. I mean, we all know that China one party
state,
but they still get factions between them. Some are progressive, some are
God bless you, Gary.
So 2 days ago, there's a Congress. CCP do, they organize their normal Congress. to project the next leadership for next 5 years, right? And likely who will succeed Jinping, I believe that their president name. Now, how did they do it? As close in that hierarchy, I think the Congress consists of that they get up to like between 400 to 500 members. So they could put all the list together of those people that will carry and come, and just to say yes or no. You don't even need to actually vote for individual. Like where would they do them? They power the name of the list together. Everybody could just raise up and if you agree to the list and all that. That's how they elect their own governing structure. But inside there, they'll come they get level. The final stage, you will have 7 guys, 7 men. Inside that 7 men, then now the president elect, which is Jinping. Then from there, we get second in command. You know, that's how they do it. Now, as of yesterday, they don't elect other new guys because within the next 5 years, Jinping will step aside. Somebody else got to continue. So the guy where everybody they believe say that guy will succeed that. Why did they believe so? Because now the guy actually helped him. Was one of the stronger, just like Tinubu they just say Emiloko, right? Because of the role that he played for the BUHARI to emerge. So the man actually played something similar to that of what's his name? The president to emerge. But guess what? For the new leadership now, they exclude the guy because, and again, another role in China, I think you have to be the age of 75 or the age of 75 before you can assume that leadership. Once you die, they no go free. And this guy is 59, right? They take him out. They don't even let her know when the guy was trying to actually read the list and protest. He was sitting side by side JP. The security guy then escorted the man out. You understand? Why am I citing that example? As I go, even if you date Tinubu and you have an ambition of that level, if you don't trust somebody, even though that person and your wife, you know go tell them till every coast don't clear. And you know go blame her. You talk as on our politics. It's about interest, yeah. If you know say this person, if you tell her at early stage, if you work against you or if you not go well with her, if you not
No,
sit well
hold
with her,
on, Javier. Hold on, Javier. If you have Peking, you get Peking where they don't grow up well. And both of them, one vie for you be the chairman of the company, and your children, 2 of them, were there for the same board member, then they for board member of that company. Position of managing director can't open. We go be second in command to you, the boss. We be their papa. One Peking come meet you, say, Papa, are they interested? You? Becca go talk to other board members. Say, if we go do say board meeting vote, make them vote for me. You say, yeah, go. So it can't reach 2 days to the day where the board wants seat to vote.
You can't say no again.
You can't go support in brother.
Now politics, Baba. Now
No,
politics.
hold on right there. Hold on right there. Hold on right there. You don't do that to your children. I'm talking about this is a business organization I just use as a even in politics.
So, but wait,
hold on.
Baba, politics is different
No,
for all these family.
Politics is not that different. Politics is not that different.
It's not that different. I agree.
It's not that different. It's not that different. Look,
finish your question.
When you are the head and you see 2 of your political associates very close to you, they are not outside now. They came to you. You should be able to call them together and say, look, I want you guys to leave it for this guy.
Baba,
you understand?
Hold
on now. Let me finish. You interrupt me too much. Let me finish. You go say your own. You don't say your own. so that I don't listen. Let me say my own. So when all of them come, it is either you say, okay, this is my choice, or make una leave on. All right? Because you are close associated, they are close to you. This no be person that are far from you. These are inner caucus of you. All right? So it is either you do that to choose one person and tell others, oh, I want you to support this. I want this guy to go because of this. Don't worry, we go settle you for this, we go settle you for that. It's either you do that or you allow them to go to primary. Let them go and slug it out at primary and remain independent as a good father. That whoever emerges from the primary as the winner, that is my son.
Bye.
All right now.
So,
all right, thanks.
But you no talk.
No,
hold on, Rovier, let her finish. You no talk. You no tell them, say, make a step down. You say, continue. And when you can't reach time where you want support another person, you no can't call them again. Only for committee of the bed to come tell you, say, look, this is the person Baba is supporting. After you have spent so much money, how would you feel? It's not supposed to be done like that. It's not done like that. And that is why you will see fracas. That's why you see, wrangling and serious problems within the party. Yeah. And I'm talking from my experience.
I know.
I'm talking from experience.
Yes. To be fair, use the analogy where you
create more problem.
Yes, but what did you factor
the organization? You create more problem by acting like that for yourself as a leader and the organization as a whole as well. When you are acting like that as a leader, that means you are not a reliable leader. You are not a reliable leader. You are a leader that can jettison anybody at any time. It is not good. A leader must be a person of a good character. Politics does not mean that you must throw away good character. So, but you people are saying, oh, it's politics. No, it is not politics. Not like that. Yeah.
To the same example where you give about the two sons, right? But you did not factor these two children. What do they have in common, and what do they have different, capacity-wise, behavioral-wise? You understand? Because as a leader, as a father, maybe you have to consider the future of that organization or future of your whatever it is that the conversation is about. What is the future like? Who can actually withstand what is to come in the future? Who can project this organization? That's what you put into consideration. One. Two, maybe if you tell the PQA contest saying this, then you tell us say no, based on the fact that it doesn't really have what it takes. There's somebody who is better than him in terms of capacity, qualification, and every other thing, which is his brother, either older or younger. And say if you tell him the truth, he no go fit stomach him. He might go do something stupid based on history. Always, that's why I say we don't know these two people. That is what your decision is going to be based on. No, people will come meet you first. And if now you want that position, I'm not going to tell you. You understand? I have to consider if I tell you what is going to impact. If I tell you, is it going to help me or is it going to work against me? But most importantly, what is the future? And I think if I want to make case for Tinubu in terms of our body, maybe they look at the future of Lagos State or his own personal ambition. If I allow him, but they continue, is that going to help me for my presidential ambition or not? So there are so many reasons.
What we are saying here is that yes, Ambode was not the only case. We have several cases like that. We had that of Fashola. We had that of the two deputy governors that he fired. We have that of Tokunbo Afikuyome. We have several cases like that. And that is a warning sign that this man was is a dictatorial leader. So whether we like it or not, that is a fact. And it
All
is
right,
not
I
for
tell you
us
go.
to either
More, more,
use it
more,
or not use it. But it
more,
is
more
a
move the
fact that this
conversation.
man
Go,
have
go, go.
huh?
More move the conversation a little bit
Yeah. Okay,
forward.
let's move
The
forward. Yeah.
same, the same Tinubu. I think you go like this one. It is over. Tinubu speak on bad relationship with Osinbajo. The presidential candidate of All Progressive Congress (APC), Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has insisted he does not have anything against Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. Tinubu stated this when he addressed a group in Kano that worked for Osinbajo presidential bid. Ahead of the APC presidential primary, there were controversial reactions after Osinbajo declared his bid to contest the presidency, with Tinubu also in the race. It was then rumored that both politicians had fallout since then. But Tinubu said, I have nothing against him. I have been to his house after the primaries. I saw him on the day of the goodwill message at the retreat organized by the president. If you cannot give forgiveness, how are you asking from Allah? To me, it is over. Ajayi, you believe him? That's the first question. You you
Ah,
believe as he don't you believe as he don't forget he don't forgive your enemy.
well, that he don't talk and for mouth. Now, action we go take in the future go let us know whether he forgive him. But he don't talk and for mouth, and he actually he need this man as well to be part of his to support his campaign, because he knows that that man have a lot of followers across the country too. It must not be number one is a Christian leader. A lot of people really admire him, and they still love him. So not only Yoruba, even we have a lot of Igbos that have said it that, look,
Oh,
that
okay.
man will have been the best this thing for us. And so we have a lot of Northerners that love him too, particularly people that are well educated. They love him
Now
more
that
than
is it.
more than Tinubu. So
With
he
those his
don't talk him
followers,
so he don't talk
with
him
those his
so.
followers,
Huh?
yes, with those his followers, with the Osinbajo followers believed Tinubu.
No, it is not a matter of whether to believe him or not. What really matter is for Osinbajo to come out with a statement in support of Tinubu, and that is
Will
what
he?
really matter. He will surely do it.
Will,
He doesn't. He will surely do it. It's a vice president. Is APC man, and Tinubu was instrumental to his appointment as vice president. So he will surely do it. Yeah, they are not. It's just that they've gone past that now. They've gone past that. They can't hold grudges against each other for what when Tinubu is the candidate. So he's a candidate. There's nothing that Osinbajo can do to reverse it. So Osinbajo have no other choice but to support him. And they have met severally after that election. So it is not a big deal. So Osinbajo,
okay.
he knows that Osinbajo have uh, support for him in the public can go a long way in win a lot of Osinbajo supporters, particularly Christians, you know, to support him. So
Ajaneko, still on the election space. INEC, the list 2.7 million registrants, says Nigerian voting population now 93.5 million. The Independent National Electoral Commission says it as the listed one. They have listed 2.7 million, as 2,780,756 registrants from the millions of new voters who registered during the just concluded continuous voter registration (CVR). This was disclosed by the Commission Chairman, Mohammed Yakubu, on Wednesday at the quarterly meeting with leaders of political parties in Abuja. A total of 12 million registrants were initially declared to have successfully completed the registration, which lasted between June 2001 and July 2022. And I just, I think what May, I'll be either June, July 19th, the registration will pick up in our own side and we'll begin shouts. Anyway, out of 12 million, 2 million is out. So we are having 2.7 million is out. We are having just now and we are having just 93 million registered voters. Mr. Yakubu at the meeting confirmed that a total of 2.7 million, that's 22% of the 12 million registered, have been declared invalid due to infractions such as double registration and underage registration, among others. At the end of the exercise, 12 million Nigerians successfully completed the registration as new voters all along. We have repeatedly assured Nigerians that our process of cleaning up this registration is robust. After a rigorous cleanup of the data using the automated biometric identification system, a total of 2.7 million, 22.6% were identified as ineligible registrants and invalidated from the record. Among them, double, multiple registrants, underage persons, and outrightly failed registration that fail to meet our business rules. Consequently, the numbers of valid registrations is 9.5 million. It's 9.5 million. The INEC boss said. Mr. Yakubu said the noticeably infractions were carried out by some of our registration officials involved in the field exercise and could easily be traced. He added, each registration machine is operated using an access code tied to a dedicated email assigned to a staff member. There is therefore an audit trail that gives the total numbers of persons registered by each official involved in the registration exercise. In some cases, some of them made as many as 40 attempts or more to register one fake voter. As a result, the Commission has so far identified 23 registration officers involved in this unethical conduct, and disciplinary action has been commenced. Mr. Yakubu said that with the delisting of the 2.7 million registered from the voters register, there are now 93.5 million registered voters in the country. He, however, said that the new total figure may still change in the coming days after the register is subjected to the public scrutiny at the ward and local government level across country in accordance with the provision of the Electoral Act. Oh, that's good. Now, Ajale Goko,
Are they here?
with this exercise, what is if you want to rank INEC 1 to 10, would it be how are you going to rank them now in terms of preparedness? I mean, they say they don't carry out a lot of cleanup. They're able to detect people who register fake and underage. So another question is that will this put an end to this idea that some part of the country they use underage the votes? Does this put an end to say, okay, yes, so everybody way they vote now, people will actually register, not be fake people. So how confident are you, this INEC, with the way that they go, and they will see continue the idea, they will see now waiting fascinate me. They say they will take it to what at local level, make them cross check. I think that's what they mean with that last statement. They will check, they will cross check from local government, they will cross check from states, then maybe from there again they will see dictate one or two errors. So if you get confident on our the coming election, believe say Buhari go show out.
Like I tell you this is not a This is not what they are doing is not new. It's not. This is has been the way they prepare for the election. They have to get their record right, and they have to, release the register before election so that people that already registered can go and cross check their name, know if their name is there, know if their of the information, their data is correct on INEC record, and those that are name are missing can inform INEC that look, my name no deal, and I register this my card, so they can do some adjustment and update their record. So it's nothing. It's not a big deal what they are doing. So and the party members, particularly party agents that already been designated by different party, can check the list as well. If they found some suspicious name on the list, they can file a petition against such name so that INEC can take them out. So because this is where party structure is matters. Party agents in each that cover each polling booth area, polling unit. These are the people that represent their party, mobilizes their people. They are closer to the people. And if on one particular address they found some names that are not familiar to them because they are the one covering that area, they can report. They can go to that house, find out from there, do you have so person living in this house? They say, oh, no, we don't have such person. So they can file a complaint with INEC, and INEC will, we do, we act accordingly. So when we are talking of structure, this is where structure matter. But if you don't have anybody on the ground now that have been familiar to the people in that area, they won't be able to detect that. So what INEC is doing is normal. It's not something special. That has been the process, and you cannot grade them whatsoever. You don't grade someone before examination or before test. It is after test or after examination that you will now grade that person whether he pass or he fail. So let us wait until see how they are going to conduct the election. All what Nigerian people are looking forward to is for INEC to conduct free and fair election. And preparation to that matters. So they are preparing. They are doing their job accordingly, according to in accordance to the law. Yes, we have to praise them, and it is the election day how they are able to conduct the election free and fair without rancor. That is what will really tell if all this preparation, if they are able to execute it on that day accordingly. So, because they've been well funded, they lack no fund, they lack nothing, they should be able to perform excellently well. So, what they are doing now is a normal process. It's not something big. It's not a big deal over here.
Because the one man light trouble where one man is the are the deleted voters, obedient voters.
If they invite,
No way.
if they invite man of Prestige to talk, it's not to say man of Prestige. Man of Prestige just they there since they look. You know, even he won't make man of Prestige talk. Oh yeah, man of Prestige talk now. They don't fire. They don't fire shot at you.
Wait. Wait. I'll go answer that question. We'll keep her for man of prestige. I'll keep that question for now. So let's go to the next topic. The next topic. Yesterday we are talking about another Another important actor in our system, CBN. CBN plans Naira redesign to counter counterfeit and kidnapping. Hey, what a strategy! These people, they are bring the work home. The Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, announced on Wednesday that the bank would release redesigned Naira notes by December 15, 2022. Emefiele made this announcement during a special press briefing in Abuja yesterday, where he gave reason for the move. According to the CBN governor, this was targeted at controlling currency in circulation as well as counterfeit currency and ransom payments to kidnappers and terrorists. He noted, indeed, the integrity of a local legal tender, the efficiency of its supply, and its efficacy in the conduct of monetary policy are some of the hallmark of a great central bank. In recent time, however, currency management has faced several daunting challenges that have continued to grow in scale and sophistication with attendance and unattended consequences for the integrity of both CBN and the country. More specifically, as at the end of September 2022, available data at the CBN indicate that 2.7 trillion out of the 3.2 trillion currency in circulation was outside the votes of commercial banks across the country. God damn. And but is that supposed to be surprised though again, if I look at it that way? Pretty much, I mean, now the only people in this city predominantly they use no, they use cash like that. They carry card. So if more than half of the money is in cash, in Nigerian terms, that should not be a concern. Maybe not me they say that anyway. And supposedly held by members of the public. Evidently, currency in circulation has more than doubled since 2015, raising from 1.4 trillion in December 2015 to 3.2 trillion as at September 2022. I must say that this is a very worrisome trend that cannot continue to be allowed. Come on, man. Immediately. As if you don't know. No be election they come so. So man, start cash. Start cash. Out of that 2.7 trillion, I believe say PDP and APC have close to 70% of that money. And on how it would help cold ransom payment, he said, also in view of the prevailing level of security situation in the country, the CBA is convinced that the incident of terrorism and kidnapping will be minimized as access to large volume of money outside the banking use as source of fund for ransom payment will begin to dry up. Okay, I see the game here. So if you change the currency overnight, so those ones people we don't stack the current cash for house in their billions, millions. Are you saying those money no they valued again, or all of a sudden, if I carry 1 billion note cash go Nigeria and I'm in go bank and I'm able to talk to the manager direct, won't they bank that money or change my money for me without anybody knowing about it? Anyway, maybe people know the reason like that. According to the Apex Bank governor, the challenge included significant holding of banknotes by members of the public, worsening shortage of clean and fit banknotes with attendant negative perception of the CBN and increased risks of financial stability, and increasing ease and risks of counterfeiting evidence by several security reports. He added, indeed, recent development in photographic technology and advancements in printing devices have made counterfeit relatively easier in recent years. So we will step up on again too now. I be all those photo technology and advancements in printing device. We are not get them. The CBN has recorded significant higher rates of counterfeit especially at the higher denomination of 500 and 1,000 banknotes. I'm curious. What if they want to design to? Are they going to reduce that? I mean, the CBN governor further said that the redesigning of the currency would help to drive cashless economy, and it would be complemented by the increased meeting of the e-notes. Okay. It makes sense then, because I want us to how if there's no alternative. So I forget there's INEC. The CBN governor further said that the designing of the currency would help to drive cashless economy, and it would be complemented by the increasing minting of the INEC. But what about people who do rural areas? Well, they have access to internet, but are they knowledgeable enough on how the INEC work? Maybe CBN are on that. While according to the global best practice, it is expected that the central bank will design, produce, and circulate new local legal tender every 5 years. Oh, really? That's new information to me. That they have to be redesigned and whatever every 5 years, every 5 to 8 years. The Apex Bank's governor said that the Naira had not been redesigned in the last 20. Okay, I ain't crazy. I thought I was crazy. I ain't tripping either. Because I know say they never changed this money for a very long time. In a speech later, so yes, it's over 20 years that it be redesigned. Okay. So that means since the inception of this democratic stretch, only one time. Hmm. In a speech later released to the press, it was noted that the new series of banknotes will be for only 100. Wait a minute. The new series of banknotes will be for only 100, 200, 500, and 1,000 level. Outside that, they still get another denomination. Mostly, I guess so. Oh, okay. They get like, okay. Yeah, 100, 200. They have like what, $20. They get 20 naira, 10 naira, 5 naira, if I'm not mistaken. It don't taste small. More than remind me. So, and come again, is there anything where you feel buy with 10 naira sef, or 20 naira for Nigeria at this point? That's so I'm curious. I really want to know, please. If you are in Nigeria and you are listening to me, or if you have idea, if you get some with you right now, let me know in the comment section. In an effort to clear up the money being ordered by Nigeria as soon as possible, he said that existing note would cease to be regarded as legal tender by January 31st. Oh, how many from now? 4 months?
I mean,
Wait,
that's about 3 months, not 4.
you know why? I don't know why my head is just fixed on Tinubu and Atiku. We get
Election.
go get dollars anyway. I know my mark on my for it. But I just imagine people that actually stack millions, if not billions of dollars, like naira for house. How would they disburse that within these 3 months? The way my ID calculate with that. So let me continue. So 3 months from now, Emefiele further urged Nigerians to proceed to their bank to deposit their naira notes, saying that deposit fee would be waived for transaction below 150,000. These guys they go hammer. So anything above 150,000, you will attract the deposit fee. Isn't that easy way to make money? He also directed all commercial banks to keep open their currency process center from Monday to Saturday so as to accommodate all cards that will be returned by their customer. And again, man, a lot of people will be robbed because that 3 months people could rush. They carry huge amount of money they go bank. And with the traffic situation, with the inefficiency when it comes to fast to deliver service fast for bank, because queues see the full everywhere. Man with the rush bank with AK-47, especially those suburb town, not merely the cities, where they already successful. Places like Edo, in terms of along that axis of Auchi Airport, where robbers go the rob bank like hours, straight hours, 4 5 hours. Men they throw away guns, nothing goes. So it will be interesting how the next 3 months will be anyway. History of Naira note change. Many adult Nigerians still remember several change of Naira notes in the last 30 years. The last, what will be several? If you say the last time we changed mine at 20 years, we redesign our money, what will be the last time? What will be several in the last 30 years? In 1973 to now, maybe 30 years now. In 1973, the federal government decided to change from metric to decimal. This resulted in the change of the major unity of currency from pounds to naira and kobo. But how come I just didn't hear this kind of piece of important history said? That's how it's just 1973 they changed I don't know. I mean, maybe they teach me for school. I forget or I no pay attention. But
That
seriously,
that was that was when we changed from pounds to from pounds
it
to
sounds.
naira.
I don't say I wasn't born there, but it sounds recent. 1973 to me is just
Yeah, that was
like
when we
yesterday.
changed. We were spending in pounds in shillings before
How
73. 73 now we changed to naira. So and we have been spending naira since then. And since then, the naira have been wobbling and
free
fumbling here
fall?
and there. It's been going free fall.
So
So,
On February 11, 1977, the then central bank introduced the 20 naira notes, which was then the highest denomination. That's crazy. It has it had the portrait of the late head of state, General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, who was then seen as a national hero due to several reforms he was driven and his unfortunate assassination. Somebody is disturbing our ears, Babati. Misharima. So as at 1977, the highest nomination was $20. I'm getting educated here today. Okay. Where was I? Where was I? General Murtala Ramat Mohammed, who was then seen as a national hero due to several reforms he was he was driven and his unfortunate assassination. On July 2nd, 1979, the government introduced 1 naira, 5 naira, and 10 naira, which engraves at the back of the note reflecting various cultural aspects of the country, according to the CBN. The central change the country changed the color of all banknotes in April 1984. Don't be under commas. I mean, under subject is who teach all this thing for school. I mean, I miss out. In 1984, except 50 cover. The reason given that time is similar today to curb currency trafficking. Come on, really? To co-current traffic in common at the time. This was 1984. So the same what they are trying to tell you, the same old shit that is happening to our money, then it's still happening now. This was followed by the coining of 50 kobo and 1 naira. Did I spend 50 kobo? I think so. The new government of Olusegun Obasanjo later decided to introduce 1,200, 500. Wait, I still look there. Now Obasanjo introduced her. Huh. A lot don't happen. The new government of Olusegun later decided to introduce 100, 200, 500, and 1,000 banknotes in December 1999, November 2000, April 2001, and October 2015, respectively. In February 2007, 20 naira was printed for the first time in a polyamor subtract, while the 50, 10, and 5 naira remain. Yes, I remember when they first print that money that year. We're all part of Nigeria there. Mainly in the banknote. Also, 1 naira and 50 kobo coin were issued in new design, and 2 coins was introduced. Yes, I remember the Lagos. I remember we go ShopRite to go buy shit stuff. They want to give you the change where they make for kobo. So I still remember that's the last time I know I used coin. The coin did not gain wider currency at that time due to inflation and people penchant for banknotes. Many complain that the coin were today heavy. On September 30th, 2009, the central bank converted 50 naira, 10 naira, and 5 naira to polymer subtract. In September 2010, the CBN issued the $50 polymer. In December 19, 2004, it was issued 100 naira commemorative banknotes. Economists are divided over the change of currency notes being planned by the Apex Bank. A professor of capital market and chairman Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, Abuja Branch, Professor Uche Nweleke, said that the decision to replace some naira denomination with new ones will be positive for the economy in the medium to long term. He said, first, although the measure does not amount to demonetization of big currency notes, often carried out by central banks to curb black money and corruption, it will go a long way in ensuring that a lot of naira notes circulating outside the bank are crowded in. If it leads to large deposits in bank, it means the bank will have more money to lend, which may reduce interest rates. We sure these people will do that. This story still long go. May I keep the read? Abi, we don't get the cocoa picture. We'll continue. Ajale cocoa. The cocoa be saying
That one don't do.
they won't change our note, and the reason they are giving that is going to cope too much money in circulation. Maybe they are trying to cope vote buying. The idea that people they pay terrorists with large money that will I don't think that is going to stop unless the terrorism stop. That can only reduce it for the meantime because as soon as the money change finish, people will begin spend now.
Make I tell you. Yeah, make I tell you. Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. Is it the right time for us to start saying we want to change, redesign our currency? To me, I don't know the objective that is going to achieve. Well, they are saying that, we have 3.3 trillion naira in circulation, and 80% of that amount is not within the banking system. So they're trying to move them up. But now that they have hinted us that, yes, they will carry out change of note, people will be rushing to bank to deposit their money. Even the terrorists we are talking about, they are connected to some people within the community that are well to do too, because terrorists does not operate without financier. They have some people financing them. And those people, they are well to do. They are some of the power player within the society. So the fund that they get from their terrorist activities, they go through the some of them we have to go through some channels that will, um, some channels that circulate within the economy. They might use some to buy house, to do some other things too. So, and the politicians, is Emefiele not a friend to politicians, saying that maybe this will cut politicians from spending their money? I mean, what can a person that try to contest under the banner of APC, but only for court to stop him? Is that the person that is going to stop the politician from returning their money to the bank and in anticipation to for a new note? So look, it's just look, cost of printing this new note by itself is just a waste of resources, a waste of time, waste of everything. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to be of benefit to we the people, to the economy itself. It should be working on developing a policy that will fight inflation, that will bring the value of our money up against the dollar. Our currency is losing value every day in and out. This man cannot find solution to it. And he's saying that he wants to change note. I mean, well, he said the president has approved it. So this is what they have already planned. They already planned it with the politician. So there is nothing he can do, to stop to prevent the politician from still. There's nothing he cannot do anything against the politician. So Emefiele is just pursuing what is not of economic importance to the, to the economic well-being of Nigerian people and our economy in particular. So, but let us wait. The most important thing in that most important information that was so shocking to me is that 80% of the currency in calculation is not within the banking system, does not operate within the banking system. That is, I don't know. Well, our economy is a cash-based economy anyway. So, but this guy should have introduced all the kind of credit card payment and all the PSO, or what do they call this, money transfer, bank to bank. That is what he should have, improve upon. As far as I'm concerned, they should have improved upon, the use of debit card and credit cards in Nigeria, so as to reduce the huge liquidity in the circulation. That is what it should have. Try to come out with a policy that can increase the use of credit card and reduce payment by cash. But this is Emefiele. His own way of doing it. He has failed in all respect, and the president leave him there to continue doing what he's doing, which we can tell that favors the politician and some elite in the society. So it's, I don't think that we can he can achieve any meaningful thing with this objective that he's trying to pursue. I think it's just another way of looting our resources, because cost of printing new currency, redesigning that note, that is, where is the money? Nigeria does not have the money. Nigeria is broke. And then they want to spend who knows how many billions that will be committed to achieve this objective. Money that should have been used on education, to pay ASUS, on hospital, on some other things that can benefit, the populace. So, but I don't know, man. But this is a net failure. He has failed completely, and I don't think it's going to achieve. This is not going to be anything. But all what they said, that they want to use it to, they want to embark on this to, mop up the liquidity, and by so doing, some people that have so much cash in their custody, maybe illegal cash, they won't be able to return it. Nigerians are smarter than that nonsense. Nigerians are smarter. He has already informed us. He has already. Yes.
Sorry, okay. Can I just come in for a moment? Just to add on to that space that Ajale Koko was speaking on. So he's saying, I'm not quite sure how much you said the excess liquidity was of here, but the
about 2.7
billion.
Trillion.
Yes, it's 3.3. I even had it's 3.3. But let's follow OVA that is at 2.7 trillion. It's trillion.
All right. So that's too much cash in circulation within a system that has a digitalized system of payment. So that's too much cash. So that headline is quite legitimate to mop up excess liquidity. But the additional advantage of that is a lot of this money that is in circulation in illegal hands, the corrupt government official that is stockpiling Naira in some strong room, the kidnapper that is stockpiling Naira in Niger Republic, etc., and a lot of the Nigerian monies that is in the neighboring countries. So what Emefiele is actually saying is the window for that, the sensitization is now, but the window for that conversion is 6 weeks. Is from the 15th of what is it? The 15th of December to the 31st of January. So within that 6 weeks period, anybody that has old Naira notes has to take it to the bank and change it for the new currency. And if you are coming in with endless billions of cash, then you have to explain where those endless billions of cash are coming from. So what you're likely to see between now and the 15th is a run on hard currency. So a lot of people will be pumping these monies to try and convert it into hard currency, especially the illegal money, because they will buy the hard currency at any price, knowing that by the 15th, that money becomes useless because they cannot take it to the bank. The kidnapper that has stockpiled 250 million naira in his room in Naomi or Chad or wherever, he cannot take that to the bank. All of the Nigerian monies in a Republic of Benin, they have so a lot of this money, they are illegal money, and this short window now puts pressure on that. So you see people running to the bank to deposit quickly, people giving out money en masse, but especially a run on hard currency. So that's my anticipation of that space. I just thought I'd add that. Back to you, VA.
Yeah, that's well.
Can I say something, VA?
Yes.
You see, this action will further aggravate the inflation rate we have in the country, because these people that have illegal cash in their hand may, convert it to dollar, as one man said. If that's not possible, they can start spending it in buying some things in the country, huge sum of money, buying so much thing, they can stockpile it, and then resell it later when new currency comes in. So you got to see a lot of money chasing few commodities in the, particularly some commodities that are some products that of high value, imported products that they know that Nigerian like to purchase, like to consume. They can purchase it so there's a lot of way to go around this, to use this money, to use it. They can invest it on building houses, buying property, buying cars that they can resell later. So it's just a waste of energy, waste of, I mean, the use of credit card is what they should have improved upon to see more Nigerians using their currency, their card for to transact as a form of a way of making payment and not through cash. So let us wait and see, and we can see the objective as they stated is it look good, but Nigerians, politicians are his friend. This is a man that is a friend to politicians. The politician, if they call him, we want this money exchange. This man will do it for them behind the closed door. Politicians are closer to bank managers. They are closer to everybody. All the power that being controlled by politicians. So this objective, to me, is just a waste of resources, a waste of, it's just to put a lot of poor people into the agony of running helter-skelter to exchange their money now, to petty traders, in running to whatever money they get, in running to bank with it, and it's just the poor people that will go through it. It's not people at the top. People at the top that have those so much millions in cash in their custody, they are friends to the bankers, and they will always say to themselves, the bankers too, there is an opportunity for the bankers to make money. They will make huge money, because if somebody have like 10 million cash and he bring it to bank manager, look, I want to put this, okay, I'm giving you 5 million, just take this 10 million, give me 5 million. Nigerians will do it. Nigerians will do it. That's my take. Thank you.
Yeah, let's. Who will you see? Will you go and see Atiku if you visit Memphis or Nashville or anywhere close by?
Who?
So you, Ajaleko, will you?
Go say, what I want to go see Atiku for?
Okay.
What I want to wait Atiku they can't do. Atiku get problem, man. He get problem now. Even in party.
Yes.
In party,
No. Yeah, there's a question. Guess why I asked you that one. But before I come to you, let me acknowledge Japan. Japan, thank you for doing what you know how to do best, for showing support to the channel, and also use the opportunity to encourage everyone. At least need 3 copies a day, 1 each hour. I never see. Anyway, yes, thank you very much for those who are supporting us on Biakasha, do all the various channels that you are supporting us. Keep doing it, and we do appreciate that. Yes, Ajalegogo. Atiku is in America. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, has left Nigeria for political campaign in the United States of America. You will recall in 2018, amid talk that he could not visit the United States, Atiku, in company of the former Senate President Dr. Bukola Saraki, and others, visited the U.S. The visit to the U.S. was significant as it dismissed all doubt that Atiku could not travel to the U.S. Atiku is commencing a week-long electioneering campaign in the United States, where he would be meeting Nigerians and business community during the visit. As part of his programs and engagements while in the United States, Atiku will be meeting with Nigerians in diaspora as well as with the PDP members in North America. He will also meet with the top Nigerian business leaders based in the United States and later meet with young Nigerian professionals in diaspora. Among other meetings with some business community, Atiku had 3 weeks ago commenced his electioneering campaign in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State. It was followed with the one in Kaduna. It was followed with the Kaduna campaign, and last Saturday at another campaign in Benin, the Edo State capital. Atiku is expected to be back to the country on Monday, and by Tuesday, November 1st, 2022, it would be the turn of Ekiti. The turn of Ekiti states, while the campaign rally in Ondo State will hold on Wednesday, November 2nd. You no go see Atiku, you finish show up.
Well, make I tell you, yeah, all of them are following the same style way they already do for 2019. Now all of them they do now. Now Peter Obi they do. Now Atiku they do. Tinubu go do the same. So that's to tell you that the person will get foresight, will get sharp brain, where they do things in a modern digital way. Now be sure. So, but as he done come out for Nigeria, they come America. I don't know what this is trying to achieve for himself, but I can say what he's trying to achieve is this: he's trying to promote himself, he's trying to market himself to the international community, and allow the international community to rub mind with them, to meet with them, and definitely they might meet some of our ministers, our senators here behind closed door, and some kind of to lobby the present administration to support him, and lay the card before them that I won't jeopardize your interest in Nigeria when I become the president. That might be, that is what I suspect, that a person of his own status that was once vice president in Nigeria, and who have, I believe, have some kind of connection to some of, government officials here, might be using that opportunity as well while meeting Nigerians, to meet them as well. So, but these people, this time around, I think Atiku particularly have a serious problem confronting him in his own party. He should have concentrated more effort in putting his party in order. He should have done that first before coming here. The coming here should have been maybe something to do later. The party is in crisis. Governor Tom have rejected him. It's not working for him. We have seen Mimiko that we treated yesterday or a day before yesterday here. Mimiko has came out with a statement that I'm still with Wike, I'm not working for Atiku. Came out today that he never abandoned Wike, he never abandoned that group. They're still standing firm that Ayu must go, and he stand with Wike. And we see Wike already launched his campaign organization in Rivers State with a lot of buses that they'll be using to campaign around the state. They don't have the logo or the picture of Atiku on those buses. It's just only the governor and his team. So it's having serious problem. All the governors, the 2 governors in the east, or 3 PDP governors in the east, all of them are not with him. So this man is just, it look like he's just chasing shadow. He cannot win. I don't see Atiku winning the election. It's going to be very hard for him because all those that matters in the party, I mean, don't let me say all those that matter. I mean, some of those that matters in the party are not with him. And we have 4 states that have the highest, voters register in Nigeria. We have Kano, we have Lagos, we have Kaduna, we have Rivers. He cannot win in any one of these 4 states. These are the highest voters register state. He cannot win. You're not going to win in Lagos. You're not going to win in Kano. You're not going to win in Rivers. You're not going to win in Kaduna. How are you going to lead? How are you going to win the presidency in Nigeria? And the problem increases. The problem is, in the party, escalate more and more every day. So somebody needs to talk to that man. He should go and settle the problem in his party first before traveling abroad. Coming to us in US, it's not going to give him election. It's not going to give him vote because we cannot vote for him. So let him continue chasing shadow. He doesn't know what to do.
Let me give you the last topic. Vin, our Ghanaian friend. If you are listening, let me bring I don't have. Okay, make it short, please, because
no, it's a very short interjection. I wanted to correct an error he has always made. Ajahn Lekoko, you always say that Showore is the person that started this diasporan tour. Let's get the facts straight. P2B did that diasporan tour in 2001, before he even become governor of Anambra State. He did it when he was doing the.
We are talking on presidency. Come on, man. What are you talking about?
No,
we are talking on presidency. I'm talking on presidency for the position of president.
The first person,
It's the presidency. I'm not talking of.
You don't understand my argument. You said that he is the first person that met with diasporans before.
As a presidential candidate.
As a presidential candidate. That's what I meant.
P2B has never been a presidential candidate now.
That don't mean
the presidential candidate at the talk. All these will be people self. Waiting. Make person not talk. They're not the real.
No.
Father, where they he just hear me from sleep. He just say, what you done go talk? Make a jump enter. Make a jump enter.
Can I go? I have a meeting to attend in a few minutes. Can I go?
Okay. Where do I start from? Let's start from the.
No, hold on. Let's start from the that one is still fresh to me, because you don't have to repeat it. Let's start from the Naira. Then we can go from
what?
Hey, give me Miriam.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead. All right.
Want me to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Evie. Thank you, everybody in the platform. I greet you all wherever you are. Afternoon, it's morning here. Probably afternoon in Nigeria or evening, whatever. But anyway, about this new the Naira note that is being changed. Let me get my understanding straight. So on December 15, that's when the new Naira is supposed to be in circulation. Then a month after that, that's when the old money is going to be useless, right? Are you hearing me? Okay.
Yeah, oh yeah. All right. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if you're asking me. You're asking me a question. Sorry.
No.
I thought you were
I'm telling you
just.
my understanding of it. No, I'm not
Oh,
asking you a
okay.
question.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
listen. Yeah.
But wait,
Right.
weeks after
So,
though.
so about a month from December 15th, the old money will be useless. So from my understanding, according to CBS,
No, December 15 is when they are going to introduce the new one.
the new Naira.
And
Right, I understand you.
they have the window of 3 months.
No, I thought it was about a month for the old money to be useless sometime in January. So that's not 3 months.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
no, is it
sorry,
month? That
just
should
to
be
be
2 months.
clear,
That should be 2 months.
it's 6 weeks.
It is 6 weeks.
From the 15th, they'll introduce it on the 15th of December, and then the old currencies will be out of circulation by the 31st of January. So that's 6 weeks.
Yeah. And they have to, I think the 3 months is that they have to give notice of 3 months, which is what they gave today, till the end of February, I believe. So.
All right. Yeah. Prestige.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry for that, my system, But anyway, let me begin. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, from this. So from what I'm reading about the whole thing, I need to put on my financial hat. Nigeria already have a revenue problem because most of the internal generated revenue is being stolen and embezzled, maybe about 40 to 50% of the money. So we already have a revenue problem. So I don't know the benefit of this change. I can't really say what's going to be the advantage. But having said that, according to CBN, it said like about 80%, which is like about 3 trillion naira on bank, which is circulating, none of them in the bank. So what does that tell about Nigerian space? But what I'm thinking, what is this going to do? Because most of the money, about that 3 trillion, is being hoarded. They're hoarding all that money. Most of the politicians, the people that is going to affect, in my own opinion, is going to be like the black marketarian, the politicians, the kidnappers, and even the drug merchants. That's going to affect them because they have a very short window to take that money to the bank. In order to use them when the new money come out. So that's going to definitely affect them. That's what I'm thinking in that regard. It's going to be a big problem for them, and that particularly the politician. When it comes to politician, those ones who are holding all those money in Naira. When they decide to go get that money during the election next year, which is going to start by January or February, they're not going to be able to, go there like Tinubu, put their billion van, and say, bring all those money. They can't do that. So Tinubu is in trouble.
Now they are in power. Now they rule.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The law affects everybody.
When he drove out Bolivar, when Bolivar came out of his house, nobody. Now only cry, we cry, but nothing happened.
But over here, whatever money they have already right now is going to be useless unless they go put it back in the bank. And if they put it back in the bank, they have to prove how they got that money.
Man of prestige, is it your imagination that Tinubu's money is piling it under his bed? Is that what you think, or what do you think?
That's what I think.
Is piling it because it's a senior accountant. Tinubu is a financially trained person.
It doesn't matter. What does that have to do?
So his money, the billions and billions of dollars he has, is under his bed.
He has trillions, in the billion fund, right? So he has to go take it back to the bank, and he has to prove where,
You think they packed the billion van? What are you talking about, my guy? Now, do you think
what I'm talking about?
My goodness me. Oh, okay, carry on.
Yeah, let me make my point.
You confuse me every time you speak. You confuse me.
I don't confuse you. Let me finish my comment.
The
don't interject, one man. I know this is your platform.
No, hold on now, but you have to come correct now. People are listening. Anyway, carry on. Apologies.
Yeah, why are you always coming here to defend Tinubu? I love your platform, but you always interject whenever somebody says something about Tinubu. But that's
not about Tinubu. Anyway. But no, follow through the logic of what you're saying.
Can I interject?
This is my space. I don't have more time to talk. I have a meeting to attend. Please allow me to stay 1 minute.
All right, just carry on. All right,
thank you, brother. But anyway, so I use Tinubu as an example just to poke the bear because I know one man is going to interject. So that's why I use Tinubu as an example. But it's always fun whenever I say something about Tinubu. I know there's a lot of apologies here that's going to intervene when I say that. So that's why I poke the beer. I use that word. But anyway, having said that, so what this is going to do to most of the politicians, because they have to go deliver that money to the bank, and they have to prove where they got that money from. They have that money.
Wait,
They've been hoarding all that money. They've been hoarding all that money in the bank, in their home.
Man of Prestige.
Yeah.
Election is February 25th.
Okay.
This money we stopped with the circulation of this money. We stopped 30th of January.
Okay.
So don't you think they can use the month of December and January buy whoever they want to buy? It is not the prerogative of those people that they bought to work for them, to vote for them, however you want to put it, for them to go change the money. They don't really get problems. Yeah.
Well, that's going to be a rush. They have to rush on that because that wasn't their original plan. If this new this thing hasn't come into effect right now, they probably would have waited February and April. They start buying people when the election is still fresh. But because of what happened, just listen to my point I'm trying to make. You have December 15 for the new money to start circulating, and you have a month from there, which is sometime in January, for the new money to start circulating. So any old money you have is useless. So they have to go to the bank and give the whole money they stockpile. They've been hoarding in their house, in the hole, or whatever they kept.
No. See, this is what I'm saying. If let's say I'm a senator, I'm contesting for senator, and I don't amass 2 billion cash for my house to take campaign, I'm going to start to disburse them early enough now. From December, I don't visit my constituency group by group. They find the same.
Those kind of things.
It's a big risk. I know. The if you take campaign, you forget about it.
Nigeria, they have. Nigeria, Nigeria don't keep something in their mind. They have short memory. Most of the time they do those kind of things in February. But when you do this in December or whatever, or whatever you do it, I mean, by the time you get to February, they don't forget who paid them. That's my point. No, they prefer to do it in February.
Yes, that's the risk I'm talking about. But again, this politician, now most of them get the either part owner of these banks, or they get a person like Obi, for instance. If anybody not say as I know say Obi does good job for me, you don't get money to share. Fine, you don't get money to share. Those within this party who get money to share, we approach him, say, hey, use your bank connection of yesterday, call the bank up, change our money for us before time. That one day too. So these guys, I don't think they will really go affect them because they have all the machinery to get whatever they want at when.
Yeah, I'm not denying that they're not going to try that, but that's definitely going to affect them because it's not just the politician. We're talking about the drug dealers. We're talking about the traders. That have been hoarding money in their houses. So it's going to affect a lot of people, even the black marketeers. It's going to affect them too. So it depends on how many you've been holding in your house or whatever in the hole, wherever you put all that money. So I'm thinking it's definitely going to affect them. But I'm speaking from the politician, from the political point of view, just on this case because we narrate a lot of politics here. So that's why I'm very much my emphasis lay on politician. How's that affect them? Huh?
Yeah. See, I understand.
Right. So I'm thinking, that's going to affect them, and that's going to be, that's going to be a good opportunity for this new note in favor of Obi, because Obi doesn't give shishi. So Obi has no intention of bribing people. It's Atiku and Tinubu that that want to buy the whole vote. So Obi's not going to buy vote. So I don't know where they're going to get the money. It's going to shorthand them. I don't know how many they're going to be able to implement before the new circulation coming in January.
Can I interject a bit of Prestige?
Just a minute, just for not more than a minute because I don't have much time. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that in a normal situation, what you say may be true, but I do not agree with what you say about Tinubu and Atiku. That I don't think
that's so.
No, but I think
those guys deal with dollars.
No, I know they have like a real way to get their money. I think I don't think they have like a money parking there. Even if they have that as well, they have the connections with the government to be able to to maybe make that change. So in terms of politics, in terms of OB, Atiku, I don't think it will affect any of them. That's my take on that.
Yeah, you may have a point. I just want to play to the narrative. Everybody been talking million van, van packing and everything. I mean, because I'm not privy to that. I didn't see anyone, but I'm poking the beer, due to the narrative we've been talking about. So what do I know? So that's where I'm laying my emphasis on. But that's my point on that area when it comes to this.
Man of prestige.
Yeah.
What do you say? What do you say that to people who are saying that the 2.7 million people that INEC deregistered are obedient?
No, it's not. You can't say that because let me give you this point. Go and read the paper. As of today, do you know that a guy in Sokoto was?
No. This is what happened. Out of 12 million people, right? 12 point something, but let's say 12 million people who registered, the newly registered 12 million people. 2.5 million, 2.7 million of them are not are deregistered. That means we now have 9.5 million. So in total, we have a 93 million.
Right.
Expected to take part in the coming election. That number
so that's the valid registered, right? Valid 93.5 million, right?
Yes, but I think the question there is that they were able to dictate underage registered and fake registered. People register multiple times. So do you now have more faith than in INEC from 2023?
Yeah, I think it's a good move. My own opinion. If everything is true, it's a good move because there's a breaking news that just came today. A guy had been arrested in Sokoto because he had 101 PVC. Go read it. It's in the news today. And a guy was arrested for having about 101 PVC. Just one person in Sokoto today. So what does that tell you? It tells you about how they operate in the north. They register with.
Wait. Before you run away with that, the same thing happened in Port Harcourt a few months back.
Okay.
Yeah, so it happened there. They found thousands of cards in gutters buried. So, politicians, you don't say I was there.
No, I think it's a good move. If INEC can already, if this is true, because the purge is good because some, on all those illegal voting and everything, maybe that will help them a little because some people double registered, like this guy I just told you, that have about 100 and one PVC. I mean, who is he going to give it to? Who did he register it to? It might be some illegal underage and other means that he got it from. So whatever about these 2 million you said, they're going to purge from the registration list. It doesn't really benefit any particular party. But if you come from the north, you're going to say, benefit probably some of the party that's going to benefit more from the north because that's where you have more illegal thing going. I'm not saying from what I understand, them registering people from different countries and all that. From what we hear, I'm not privy to that, so I can always say, alleged. So I'm not. Let me use the word alleged. Most of those they register people from other countries. Like this guy I was just telling you, this one just happened today. The arrest in Sokoto. So that's part of it. The purge is definitely good news. It doesn't favor any particular party, but even at all, people in the southeast, southwest do it. I don't think it benefit any particular party. But the purge, the purge is it's a welcome development. If everything is accurate, they just narrated today. I welcome that. I think it's a good move. That means the beaver, the beaver is really working.
Will you go and see Atiku if you visit San Diego?
You see, yeah. Hold on. As people always say, we are not privy to it. We just hear, and just make statement. We are not really sure whether it's true or not. Because remember, we have been talking. They said that Atiku cannot come to USA because he has some illegal doing. So how do he have the privilege to come? We just stay here and speculate. We don't know. That has been my understanding that he committed some crime or some banking issue when he was in Maryland. Remember, I told you my friend that I went to school, and the former wife. I think they're from Onitsha. That's why you make the Igbo wife in Maryland a long time ago. So they say he committed some, I don't know if it's some business or whatever. I'm not privy to that information that he couldn't come to US.
Well, that is no longer a thing now because he's been to America multiple times, and he's
So it may
American.
never have been true. It may never. That's what I'm saying. We just stay here and speculate and whatever. It may never have been
Yeah.
true to begin with. So it's just a rumor. But anyway, having said that, if he come to, will I go visit him? If I have the opportunity, I'm not going to want to waste my time. But if I have time to waste, yeah, I will go. I will go hear from him. I don't have any issue. Like I said, I didn't hear from Obi when he came here. By that time, I was busy. I didn't go. I mean, that was in LA anyway. He didn't come to San Diego, to my own understanding. But if Atiku come to San Diego, where I can say, yeah, I'm going to do, but it doesn't matter. Even so, if I have time, I go listen to them. Not because I'm not supporting them, I won't go. Oh no, definitely I'll go listen. I don't have any problem with it. I'm not supporting them. That might, that's me. I'm supporting Obi. So that doesn't make that doesn't mean that I won't go listen to them. Definitely.
Okay. Yeah, just hold on before I ask you the next question. Let me acknowledge middleman. Thank you for the support. You actually bought a coffee. I think one more coffee to go, and I will throw now for today. Anyway, thank you very much, and give it up. Yes, the next man of Prestige, as an obedience you are. I think you should be worried with it. You should be worried about Starboy, the original Starboy, coming back into the game. Tinubu and the vice president has reconciled. They are forgiving each other, and the team is stronger. I think obedience should be worried. What do you think? What do you think about the relationship that has
why should obedience be worried? I mean, okay, Tinubu came out and said they have reconciled. I mean, that's all good. I mean, I never really expect anything different. We just stay here and speculate what we don't know. We don't know what's going on internally. I mean, it's just politics. I don't think they I mean, after all, Tinubu is the one that brought him up. So it's just politics,
Yeah, I don't think there's any animosity. He contested against him.
Right, but it doesn't matter. I don't think. Look, all these politicians, they're all friends, okay? And particularly somebody, who breaded you and bring you up to what you are, So it's just politics they are playing out in the open, but internally it has never been an issue. Tinubu coming out to speak that Osinbajo has forgiven Osinbajo has forgiven him, but I don't think it has gone into that level like people have been speculating. So the pudding with the art, if actually Osinbajo go out and campaign for him, Osinbajo can come out and say, okay, yeah, I'm with Tinubu. I mean, he has implied it, but he hasn't come out and said it. He hasn't said anything. That means he's with Tinubu. But the advantage will be because a lot of Christians and everybody, I mean, a lot of people. I mean, I myself, I like him a lot. So it will be hard when you go out and start campaigning for him. There will be some advantage, but is he going to swear any obedience? No, definitely. Maybe some Christians that wanted to vote against Tinubu, if there's any anyway. Yeah, he may swear some, but I don't think it's going to play any major role. But it's a good development. But from beginning, I never really see any animosity between two of them. I mean, we are here saying they don't like each other. No, that's not true. I mean, they are brothers, from the same space or from the same Nigeria, I don't see any issue with that. Yeah, but it's a good thing. But what is the political advantage? To me, I'll probably say no, none right now. Unless he actually go and start campaigning for Tinubu and try to tell the Christians the reason why Muslim ticket is not a bad thing. Then you can say there's an advantage. But just merely saying it, I don't see any kind of political advantage or whatever. But even at all he does, it's going to be a mere minimum, He's going to, yeah, I'm not saying if you go out there and campaign for Tinubu, that's not going to be advantage. But it depends on the space that he does it, where Tinubu has an advantage already, maybe increase his advantage. I don't know. Maybe
no, it's just going to it's going to hit Obi hard where it matters most, the church. Tinubu is taking campaign to the church. That's what it means.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you come out actually and campaign, but I don't know about hitting Obi hard because
that's Obi powerhouse. That's his backbone, the church.
I won't say that. I mean, Obi may have advantage from what we are seeing, but I don't see that much advantage because people already made up their mind. If the Muslim ticket is an issue to them, I don't think I don't think Osinbajo will be able to swear a lot of people. Maybe he will get some, I don't know, very barely minimum, but people already made up their mind because it doesn't change it. Because Osinbajo coming out to pursue them is not going to change what it is because they said we don't want Muslim ticket. I'm saying this, if that's implication hold, is people actually want to vote that way because they don't want to vote for Tinubu because of the Muslim ticket. I don't think it's going to sway a lot of people. Maybe barely minimum of people who are leaning, not really people who are very fundamental against that, but people who are just soft on the Muslim ticket. But it's people who are anti-Muslim ticket. You're not going to persuade them. Just the soft target. You know what I mean by soft target? You're familiar with the politics. Just the soft target in that space. Yeah, he may persuade them, but to what degree or what percentage he's going to garner on that area? It's very suspect in my own opinion. But I don't see anything wrong with it. I never really think they're enemy to begin with. So it's political elite here giving that narrative, which I never really believe. That's my opinion on that.
Let me give you the last one and make it snappy as we can. Yeah. Now, yes, in the spirit of, the big boys, I don't know. Yeah, the big boys, I would say that Tinubu and Osinbajo they just kiss and make up. Why Dele Momodu and his younger brother, Keyamo, I say another part for public. They fight like, as they thought, they fight dirty in public. They will expose themselves watching their dirty nails as they talk for public. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I know about the one that happened 2 days ago about Dele Momodu is speaking about Tinubu manifesto. So I don't know what I don't know how
the continuation.
So Keyamo can respond to that. I know Tinubu respond,
yes.
But okay.
Keyamo respond. Tell us now. It's after Tinubu's. It's after Atiku'S pockets. That if by so doing, if what's his name? If Tinubu win, the guy goes to Masot, go turn back, begin support Tinubu. You know that one na in pocket, na in belly the.
But Dele Momodu is Dele Momodu not an APC person?
Was the presidential aspirant in that party actually?
Yeah, I know. Initially, he was. He's from
Edo
and is he from Edo and West? What is his?
Yes, he's from Edo. Yes, his father is from. The father is from Edo. While his mother is from Ife, somewhere within. Yes, Yoruba mother, Edo father.
Okay, no, I just asked that just to know who he is. It's not because of what he's saying. I don't believe in that sectionalism politics. But anyway, some of the points that he made, I think I agree with him. So like he said, it's all politics. Of course, Keyamo is going to come out and defend his principle. There's nothing wrong. But some of the points that he pointed from what I read earlier that Tinubu APC is copying Abiola, Abiola manifesto. Like Abiola manifesto is hope, and Tinubu manifesto renew part of it, the main slogan is renew hope. So if we look at it, I'm not privy to Abiola manifesto, but the way Dele Momodu make it sound like he pretty much copy and paste Abiola manifesto. So I can understand why Abiola Tinubu will come back and lash out on that, because you're accusing somebody of being plagiarizing somebody who already died, manifesto. So that's not a good thing. So I can't really say if it is similar to or copy and paste, but that's what Dele Momodu said. So I don't know if anybody's preview has read Abiola manifesto when he was running for presidency to see up to what extent it was copy and paste. But that hope that he said renew hope. I don't know what we're renewing. Are we renewing Buhari? That's what Abiola. That's what Tinubu is telling us. He wants us to renew Buhari regime, manifesto. That's exactly what he is. I don't know what's renew hope on that. But anyway, it's all politics. I can understand the differences. Dele Momodu is supporting. Go ahead. What do you say?
No, I think you are right. It's all politics.
Yeah, it's all politics. So, but that slogan he put in there, renew hope. I have issue with that. So what are we renewing? Are we renewing Buhari regime hope? All those nepotism, all the Buhari failure. So it's all politics. There's nothing wrong with all that battlefront. So Dele Momodu is, of course, Keyamo is going to come on and defend his principle. So it's all good, my brother. But anyway, let me go. I gotta go to a meeting. Thank you very much. But I'll be listening.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Are we coming tonight? Are we coming back
yes.
tonight? Okay, thank you.
Inshallah. You're welcome. All right. Mr. Alexandra Gomez, good morning.
Yeah, Ovie. Veredo. Huh? How are you? Shalafia Lowa. To everybody on the platform, Alexander Gomez says hello to you guys. Let me go to this dollar Nigerian new currency or new design coming out. If everybody is familiar with the term Udoji Award, if you're not, I'm not pronouncing the word well because that's an Igbo word. Udoji Award. Go get yourself familiarized with that terminology. That thing brought hyperinflation. In actual fact, I think the decline of Nigeria started then when this man saw so much money in the system and decided to spread the wealth to civil servants and all that. And that brought hyperinflation and turned the country upside down. So it took away the working class and gave everybody a level playing field where someone who was a messenger could actually buy a car. With this new thing in place, with so much money in circulation, because they're going to want to get rid of the old notes for and cover their tracks, it's going to bring hyperinflation, like Ajene Koko said. I didn't realize that Ajene Koko was an economist. He said that exactly the way it's going to be. So they know what they're doing. I'm not sure it's a bad move. I'm not sure, because I subscribe to everything that one man said. And I also would add on top of that what Ajene Koko said too, with regards to the inflation. So we see that how that space works. Coming to Osinbajo teaming up with his political godfather. Look, this is not, I called this thing early enough, and I hope when it happens, people would remember that Alexander Gomez said it a while back. Baba Tinubu is going to be the president of Nigeria 2023. This man is on a decline. It shows in his desperate moves. It shows in his body language. It shows in his countenance that, oh God, I'm losing this race. So, and I said also before that this race was essentially between Tinubu and Peter Obi. Look, I have a confession to make. I love Peter Obi. He's an amazing human being. He motivates me to even want to be a better person. He's empathetic, sympathetic, and accessible. He has nothing arrogant about him. He has no ounce of arrogance about him. Those are people who are very special. Those are people who are specially made by God Almighty. With all his wealth and achievement, he's still a very humble person. I like that about him. If we had leaders like that in Nigeria, Nigeria would be a better place. We need people like Ovie. I don't want you to get swollen-headed, Ovie, but we want people like Ovie in Nigeria. People who listen. I'm on the flow now. People who are just typically Nigerian and unashamed about it. You know, those are the people who are patriotic, people with the right mindset, people who think about other people instead of thinking about them and their family alone. Those are the kind of people within Nigeria right now. Unfortunately, we have these hawks, to use an American terminology. We have these hawks who are still around. Some people call them class of 66. Some people call them class of 99. I don't know. That's all if you're playing around with semantics and rhetorics, you know. But they're still around. And so as long as they're around, they dictate the direction of the country. So if so, for some strange, weird reason, OB, which is highly unlikely, becomes. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, carry on.
If some strange reasons, OB becomes the president of Nigeria, which he has a chance because he's in the race. He has an outside chance. Would he have what we call in America no, let me say the English one. Would he have the balls to be able to make the right moves? Because the people that own the country, like Nigerians say, are still alive, and they actually direct the pace of the country. So I don't think he would. I don't think he would. I think that a man that could say, "This is my boss," in Atiku, it means that he has a chip on his shoulders for some big boys in Nigeria. No Igbo man born of an Igbo woman ordinarily will look at a person and say, "My boss." They just don't do that at that level. They're very proud and dogged people. They don't do that. So I see a little bit of a complex about him if he does get to the space that will not enable him do what he has to do. He's not an easy person. He's not as stupid as he looks. He's a dogged person, but being the president of Nigeria is a totally different ball game entirely. It's totally different. We're not talking Anambra, we're not talking Imo, we're not talking Lagos. We're talking about the federation here. That's what we're talking about. So Tinubu will be the president of Nigeria. Do I like that? I'm not sure I do, because I think we need fresh ideas. I know who Nigeria needs. You don't need to be an Einstein. We need Soludo. We need someone who can go to the international community and beat them at their own game. We need someone who can go to the IMF and tell IMF and the World Bank, this is what we need, this is what we need, this is what we're asking for. And because of his track record, you can say, okay, this guy's a warrior, not economist. Let's do what he wants us to do. Tinubu can't do that, but he has the antecedents to do that because he has people around him who will be able to take him to that level because he's a talent spotter. Just like Babati said the other time, him and Obasanjo are the best in Nigeria at discovering brilliant minds. So hopefully he's going to take us to where we're supposed to be. But it's going to take a lot of effort because the country is totally ruined. So let us start preparing our minds, all the obedience of this world, to say that, okay, we've given the election a fair shot. But I think the bigger man won at the end of the day. We need to start preparing our minds, and let's talk about one Nigeria instead of talking about Biafra and how the country is going to split up. According to Obaseki, Nigeria is not going to split up. It's still important in the world we live today. Why people earn too much money from Nigeria to allow it to split up? It's just never going to happen. So Ovie, thank you for who you are. I appreciate you. I wish we can have younger people like you to rule our space, because you have a lot to offer the country. So thank you, Ovie. Thank you very much. I can't hear you, Ovie. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, I said I really do appreciate it. Now you don't make my head big.
I see say your rasta. I see say your rasta swell a little bit now. All right, man. Let me let you go. All right.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. We are going to Babati. Are you there? Babati. All right, Ed, Mr. Ed. Ed. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I thought not hearable. Is that Mr. Ed or Mr. Ed, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me shift the conversation a little bit. Okay, no, where do you want to pick it from? You want to pick it from Dele Momodu, or you want to pick it from Tinubu and Osinbajo, or the currency, the redesign?
Let's start with the currency.
Or Atiku being in America.
Yeah, you started off, whichever one. It's fine.
But okay, let's start with this. I believe you're in the States, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, I'm in the Netherlands.
Okay, in the Netherlands. Okay. But what you say if if Atiku come close to you? Okay, if Atiku decide to visit the Netherlands, is this somebody where you go go see?
Nope, not at all.
What?
I have no reason to go see him because I don't think you have anything to say that will be interested in.
So
it's as simple as that. I don't think he even need to be going abroad at this moment because I don't know what his objective is. What is his objective? To do exactly what?
To convert support from Nigerians in diaspora. Raise money. I don't know if you need that.
For vote or for that's the problem, Because look, when Obi was going around, you kind of understand, why he would do that, and because that was before the start of the election, he was maybe trying to garner support, for himself, and also get and the fundraising, and kick-started or whatnot, it's understandable. But this
that's the same thing.
Sorry?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing Atiku is doing right now.
Does Atiku need money from diasporans to donate to him?
No, but again,
let's surprise. What is he going to sell? You know what I mean? He's I don't know.
Let's be realistic.
It's not his natural constituency. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's like he has a big constituency in the diaspora.
No, but what if you say it from this angle? We all admire these leaders anytime they decided to reach out to technocrats, especially those in abroad. I mean, we have series of examples. Even the Soludo of today that we're seeing, it was brought from abroad, the likes of OKJ, Wela, and the rest. And they did, people are giving them good credit for performance. And again, into another angle, now Atiku that they credit for all those moves during Obasanjo time. Don't you think that the same thing they can do is ready to meet the young professionals and Nigerian business community here? Mm-hmm. What about if he's trying to tell us, okay, hey, I will need you to work in my administration if I eventually become the president? Will you work in my administration? It could be that's what it's for.
No, but which is good, but he has to win election first to appoint people, right? So we are now in the election. So that's again, I say that yes, electioneering, there's campaigning, and there's governing. Now, he's now in the part of electioneering, which means he has to start to campaign to win. And the votes are in Nigeria, and the source of money, he can get, whatever he want to get it from. But I just don't see, that's my opinion. I don't see exactly what, I don't think it's his natural constituency. I think it's probably his time is probably spent, right, back, trying to, put together his party that's falling apart. Because every day somebody seems to be resigning and pulling away from his party to support him. He has to fix the problem. I think he's running away from his problem. He's got to go fix his problem with Wike. He's got 5 governors, and maybe even 6-1, like Donald Duke said like 2 days ago in an interview, that there's a silent 6th governor that is against it. Yeah. He said that.
Don't you think he has moved on from that? He doesn't really care about that fraction.
Yeah, which is fine. I think he already moved on. But, I think somebody said in this platform, with the support that he's losing, I don't see how he's going to win. With all, if it's just 1 governor or maybe 2, maybe he can, But, currently, I think with 6 potential governors against him and maybe more who are going to work on the ground against him, I think this whole notion that after Buhari, the power will shift back to the north again, I think he's joking. I think a lot of people are going to be working for PDP who are silently going to vote, southern candidates. There's no way they're going to. I think they're going to. It's the loyalty for the party. They want to keep the party, but I think they would try to make him lose, so that the party can, go back again and start, afresh with new leadership.
When was the last time you had Naira, our currency?
What about it?
When was the last time you heard one? Or when's the last time you seen one?
The last time I was in Nigeria was about, I think, 5 years ago or so.
5 years ago. So you are really familiar with how the current Naira notes look like.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah, but not that I spend a lot of, I think maybe just a few change here and there. Everything is through a bank, like ATM or whatnot, or POS, but usually.
So what do you think of federal government, of CBN that's the Central Bank of Nigeria, trying to redesign it? What do you think?
Again, on paper it looks good. It gives a reason. I think the reason seems plausible, but again, it's Nigeria, huh? And especially not just Nigeria, it's APC. Everything that APC put their hand on, it's massive corruption. So that's where I'm suspicious, because why are they doing it now? At the dying minute of the administration. Why didn't they do it like 6 months ago or a year ago? It's just too close to election to trust it, But if they say, I see the benefit, but potentially it could go into hyperinflation, because it's going to be a lot of money, just not money in circulation, but it's going to be money spent. They're going to be spending a lot of this money just to get rid of it. And I'm not quite sure, and how, because there's laws in Nigeria, but they don't observe the rule of law, man. Yes, you go. It almost made me shed tears yesterday. I think it was yesterday. There was some guy that was on an interview on Arise. He was talking about, what they do with the Ministry of Agriculture. That what they do, the Ministry of Agriculture give money. They buy I think pumps and treated seeds. They give to farmers. Once they give it to the farmers, those government people have other people who have there with the car. They will give it to the farmer for like 60,000. The farmer would then sell it for 90,000 to another party, to themselves again, and to another government official. Then they can put it to the market again, sell it for 150,000 and make money or whatever. Then the farmer take the seed, the treated seed that they're supposed to plant to have yield. Then they just cook it and eat it. So government is spending billions and trillions in agriculture, but there's no output coming out. This is fat, and Nigeria is full of stuff like this. Just professional, organized, kind of corruption, machinery.
It's called racketing.
Yeah, exactly. The whole space is racketeering. Everything. It's just everything. Because if you look at the empower money, nobody focus on the result. What the benefit is. That was the cost benefit. You put 100 million in, what do I get out?
Wait, the empower money was a pastor that was in charge, so that should be well spent. That should be not be.
Well spent.
There's no racketing in that space.
Where's the result? Did you know who they gave it to? Was it APC members? Or was it all the, I don't know, but there's
Nigerians. Even if they're APC members, I don't know Nigerians.
No, but that's fine. But I'm just saying, but what is the output? Did they reduce, poverty? Did the people get out of poverty? That's the question. The question is not the input. The question is the output. How do you measure if you put 100 million in and you get the bang for your buck, that's fine. But if you put 100 million in, you keep putting money in, but you're not seeing results, that tells you there's something going on, right? So, that's what I think at least about the whole Naira thing, at least. But then again, I would say, like somebody was saying, I think, yes, it will affect some people, but still, if those people have connection within the government, they can still wash their money, to the government. They can still have their illegal money exchange, or the banking money can be exchanged because they are the ones to approve it, right? So, because normally what will happen is that if you deposit money in the bank above a certain amount, it should flag, trigger suspicion to have it investigated. Yeah, where somebody got the money from, but whether they actually enforce that regulations, who knows?
Noise is coming from that background. So let's go to the main talk of the day, Keyamo and Dele Momodu. Are you familiar with these two characters?
Yeah, I'm familiar with them. But I think it's nonsensical to discuss that actually, because that's two grown men acting like babies, So what What is there to talk about? You know, and this is part of the reason I think, like, you know, for me, I would never ever vote for anybody that's, you know, at least for Tinubu. If Tinubu was in a different party, I think maybe I can listen to his antecedents, what he did in Lagos. Maybe you can convince me. But the fact that he's in APC and he's going to govern with APC people and have APC people in place, that is a big concern for, I would think, a lot of people, I guess. I mean, for me, that's a big concern. Because, you know, this Keyamo that you're talking about right now, you know, yeah, he's still a minister, huh? Right? But his partisan politics he's playing. So, yeah. But, I mean, I think that Keyamo and Dele Momodu, you know, that's just, you know, that has nothing to do with, like, the people, right? That's just their own ego, you know? And that's what these guys do. They don't really care about you, me, or the citizen. They care only about themselves, right? And their ego.
What about Tinubu and the vice president, Kinsa, making up?
I think I don't think they. I don't know whether they ever quarrel, but you know, but I think that's not a big deal. I mean, they're the same party, right? You know, so they campaign against each other. They had a fierce battle. And that is over now, and they will get back together, and maybe Osinbajo will campaign for him. But I think it's probably going to be minimum, you know, the impact that it has. You know, maybe he will gain extra few votes, but apart from that, I don't see Osinbajo making any difference. I think people who decided they're going to vote for Tinubu because of the
what up if you agreed to go, you know, run some few campaigns for him, and you know, in a Christian denominated area?
It's not going to make any difference. I don't think so. Maybe marginally. But I think people who say they're not going to vote because of the Muslim ticket, it's not going to change their mind because Osinbajo is not campaigning for him. I just don't see that happening. You know, I'm sorry. Yeah, you may have some diehard, you know, what is his name? Osinbajo fan. Really diehard Osinbajo fan, you know, that maybe decide, you know, that because they have reconciled now. Osinbajo say he vote for Tinubu, maybe they will vote for him, you know. Some maybe won't listen to him either, but that's where he has maybe influence, but not the wider Christendom, you know, that because he's a pastor now, you know, all of a sudden, and what was he doing, you know, in the administration where the Christians, you know, were doing, you know, I know Muslim also got it, but sorry, nobody's going to come and say, hey, you know what, because he was in the administration, you know, even the Buhari that he's talking about the campaign, it's a negative for him, because I don't think Buhari is liked as much as, you know, he was like, you know, back in 2015 or whatever, because he's been just disappointing a lot of Northerners. All those voters, you know, the 12 million voters that he had, you know, I think most of them are gone. What is he going to tell them? When they were being killed, you know, and they were being slaughtered, you know,
No,
did they come to their aid? No.
It's still command.
Now he wants vote. Now he's going to say, hey, go vote for me, please, you know, yeah. After they put them through a lot of suffering and heartache and killings or whatnot.
Some of his followers actually understand, and they will still by him come
Of course.
and the numbers is quite stay up there. Not be as you used to be, as you said, 2015.
No, exactly.
But let's go to.
I don't think either that, you know, all of them, you know, will automatically also transfer to Tinubu, right? Because you know, most of them were, you know, based on the personality of, you know, BUHARI himself.
They are all for Konkuso.
Yeah, maybe. It's likely. So where's Tinubu going to get his votes from then if they are for Konkuso? So I still don't. For me, I'm still struggling to understand what's the path, you know, to Tinubu's victory. I don't get it, you know. But okay, anyways, I mean, yeah.
No, I think to be fair to Tinubu, at this point, none of them, it's not clear for any of them that part that you are expected to say. None of them have it at this point.
No, but I think Obi has it. I think in my opinion is that Obi may have a path, but he has to still do a lot of work, you know, to get there. Because if you look at there was a good analysis I think a week ago on Rise, you know, somebody talked about, I mean, to win you have to look at about 4 geopolitical zone is what you need to win.
Yes.
So you have to put 4 geopolitical zones together. So for B, for example, I think his strongest to this less strong. You have to start from southeast, south. He may get his 25% in southwest, and he also may get 25% in north central.
Wait, you are getting the mix up. You are
Sorry,
getting it mixed up. You are getting it mixed up.
what am I getting mixed up?
25%. That's
Mm-hmm.
for states, but you are talking about region.
No, but each state in the region. If you look at four
Yeah.
geopolitical zone, you can get up to 24 states within 4 geopolitical zone, right? That's the whole idea. So 4 geopolitical zone. If you look at north, was the southeast 5 states, south 6, I think southwest 6 also, and north central I
What?
believe 7.
What?
Sorry.
What? That's the numbers of states in the zones.
Yeah, your number is states in the zone, correct? Yeah,
They
that's how you have to look at
are,
it.
they are the 6, except northwest we are
No,
7, and the
exactly.
southeast has 5.
Yeah, southeast has 5, and the rest has, I think, southwest, has 6 also.
The rest are
South
6.
6.
The rest are 6,
And,
yes,
yeah,
except northwest and
and north central
southeast.
is 7. I think northwest is
6.
also 7. And
No,
then
they are 6 except these 2.
no, it's 7, including FCT, of course, for north central. They add FCT to north central as well, so that makes it 7.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyways.
Okay.
But if you look, I put something together like an Excel sheet. I will share that with you guys, and maybe you can use that for your permutation. And look at what I try to do is like you look at then, let's say all the states in the geopolitical zone. And the next column you have like the total votes, registered votes by states, right? Then
I will,
from there, sorry.
I will look at that Excel sheet.
Yeah,
It
I will
depends
forward it to
on
you.
what. It depends on the
Next time.
result you give. Wait, it all depends on the result you give will be in the southeast. You give me more
No.
than 6
You have to.
states.
No, I think what I want to do is that you guys, when you do your permutation, you just ask people to tell you exactly what percentage you think they're going to win in these states. That way, so you have to look at it like, let's say, for example, you have like 10 million registered voter, right? Let's say,
Yeah.
for example, I don't know, in
But,
the states.
it's still too early though.
No, that's what I'm saying. Still too early, but you can start to look at where their strength is coming from now. And say, for example, if you say, for example, on the state is like 10 million, right? If you're going to estimate that 50%, it would be a 50% turnout or 40% turnout, then you kind of know, okay, where about 5 million will be accredited. From that 5 million, how many percent you think will get? How many percent you think Congress will get? That way you can start seeing the actual raw value, raw votes that they're going to get from each side and see whether or not who's going to have like the highest vote and whether or not they can meet also the 24%. If you do that, you can start to see who's having the problem based on your estimation of what is going on the ground. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like the way to, because just saying blindly, like, hey, this person is going to win, that person is going to win. It's kind of hard to say at this point, actually. But except you can have like maybe a trajectory. But
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Who's that?
I don't know if you guys listen to Mike Guinea, one of the electoral officer. Yeah.
Yes.
From what I see from these beavers, I think if they deployed more in the north, where it's possible we might see the real actual voters from the north, because this year we have more people in the north than south that are voting, and also possibly down south, like places like Imo State, where there were reports of ghosts voters. I mean, people whose name and pictures appeared on the electoral register, and their name does not match their picture and all of that. So what I'm trying to say is this: if they really deploy these beavers, the so-called beavers or whatever they call it, in this election, I think it's going to how do I say, like, purge out the real voters from the fake ones. I don't know how
Yeah,
they're going to do it.
that's
Because
that's the next question I actually want to go to about the
okay,
INEC
all right.
and what they have done so far about that regard. Yeah. Ed, Mr. Ed, Mr. ED.
yes.
What do you they cook, sir?
Sorry, yes, I'm at the cook.
What do you they cook? I know I they
At the
see
multitask, yeah.
what do you they cook? What do
Pasta.
they burn?
Now pasta evening.
A pasta every day. Make I
Uh-huh.
allow you cook finish. Man, allow you cook finish or
No, shake. You move on to somebody else. I'll mute for the time being.
Okay. And I know Babati is not there, so let's go to Rational Mind then. Yes. Before we go to that speed, let me say thanks to middleman Jafar, for supporting the channel through buying the coffee. I need one more coffee to round up, Joe. Anyway, thank you, and shout out to everyone out there who's been trying to do it but is not succeeding. Somebody told me yesterday that he's been trying to do the buy the coffee thing, but he no succeed. So, but shout out to everyone. Anyway, National Mind.
Yeah,
Now
I hear
that
you.
you now that you open up that INEC space, let me give you let me is let me read the it's a short. Let me just read down for you what INEC is saying in that space. So INEC deletes 2.7 million registrants, says Nigerian voting population now 93.5 million. The Independent National Electoral Commission says it has delisted 2.7 million registrants from the millions of new voters who registered during the just concluded continuous voter registration CVR. Sorry. This was disclosed by the Commission Chairman Mohammed Yakubu on Wednesday at a quarterly meeting with leaders of political parties in Abuja. A total of 12 million registrants were initially declared to have successfully completed the exercise, which lasted between June 2021 and July 2022. However, Mr. Yakubu at the meeting confirmed that a total of 2.7 million, that is 22.6%, of the 12 million registrants have been declared invalid due to infractions such as double registration and underage registration, among others. At the end of the exercise, 12 million Nigerians successfully completed their registration as new voters. All along, we have repeatedly assured Nigerians that our process of cleaning up the register is robust. After a rigorous cleanup of the data using the Automated Biometric Identification System, BVAS, a total of 2.7 million, 22%, were identified as ineligible registrants and invalidated from the record. Among them, double multiple registrants, underage persons, and outrightly failed registration that failed to meet our business rules. Consequently, the numbers of valid register post BVAS is 9.5 million, the INEC boss said. Mr. Yakubu said that the noticeable infractions were carried out by some of our registration officers involved in the field exercise and could easily be traced. He added each registration machine is operated using an access code tied to a dedicated email assigned to a staff member. There's therefore an audit. There's therefore an audit trail that gives the total number of persons registered by each official involved in the registration exercise. In some cases, some of them made as many as 40 attempts or more to register one fake voter. As a result, the Commission has so far identified 23 registration officers involved in this unethical conduct, and disciplinary action has been assigned. Mr. Yakubu said that the delisting of the 2.7 million registrants from the voter register, there are now 93.5 million registered voters in the country. He, however, said the new total figure may still change in the coming days after the register is subjected to public scrutiny at the ward and local government level across the country in accordance with the provision of the Electoral Act. Rational Mind,
Yeah, I hear you. I hear.
that renew your confidence a little bit or not?
Well, not really. You see, Nigeria, they always find a. You
Sorry,
see?
they were able to address. It's as if they were able to address some of the concerns that you have, like the issue of the underage, the issue of fake people who will increase the size of the population and all that kind of stuff. And they were able to, get to that. That should be.
But Ovie, I still doubt that the 90 million or so people they said are. I mean, I know Nigerians we are more than that figure, but that amount that they said they have on their database who are validly registered voters, I doubt that figure. I doubt it. I still doubt it.
Is it too
But
small or more or too much?
it's bogus. It's bogus. When I mean bogus, I mean there are still more people. So there are still more. Like in I don't know if you've seen some years ago, there were pictures of underage child in the north displaying voters registered. I mean voters ID on the underage like somebody of 10 years. They were allowing to register, to capture his fingerprints. You will tell them that he's 18 and maybe he's 10, or he claims to be 21, maybe he's 14. That is those as well. Those one, there's no way they can push those one because they've been captured. The only thing is that they falsified age. That is one thing. In a country where we don't have real, we have lawless officials who have been compromised. That kind of thing is, especially in the north, is rampant. So that's the one they cannot push that one because already it's captured. Just like maybe carry somebody, how do you know? How can you tell if that's not his real age?
Maybe they are of age now. Those guys are not of age now.
They might be of age now, but what I'm trying to say is that those are some of the infractions that I've seen that voters register, because that so-called numbers that we have in the north is bogus. I don't believe in that. There's a lot of manipulation, a lot of illegal aliens and all of that registering underage kids. Like we've seen pictures, images in some years back.
Yes.
The only thing I see these beavers will do. Go on.
But they are still working on it, according to him. He said they are still.
Let them continue working.
Let
them continue working.
The number will still reduce drastically. And not drastically, but the number will still reduce as they will, because they will now take the list of wards and local government for people to cross-check to verify their names and all that. So that process will also reduce, fetch out some fake people or people who know they are available to.
No, the way I see it, this is how I see it. The only way I think that beavers or whatever they call it will work is these people will say, I don't know if you've seen videos of people who just a thumb print, just a thumb print the ballot boxes, just one person just a thumb print, you could thumb print everything, APC or PDP. So those kind of ones, maybe the beavers will capture them, in the sense that
you don't do them already. They say they capture one. Some people they tried to do them 4 times. They tried it like 40 times. Sorry, 40 times just to register one.
Register.
Yes, for the beavers.
They were trying to register 40 times. Is that what you said?
Yes. So they were able to capture. Yes, they were just like what you are saying. Yeah, the machine were able to. Yes. Did you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. There was a call. A call was coming in. Yeah.
Okay, so I say there is, according to what the chairman is saying, that the machine was able to detect somebody that is trying to register 40 times.
Okay.
Just like what you are saying now, say person could just time to print. I mean, I know it's not the same, but a similar process.
Yeah.
Right. So the machine was able to detect that and exclude them from the numbers.
That's a good thing. But I know the beavers will work to some extent
to weed out
what's it called, fraudulent voters. Let me use the word. But what I'm trying to say is that I want them to deploy it more in the north, Also, of course, in the South too. I'm not saying just North. Let me not start profiling people here. But what I'm just trying to say is that I see the beavers to work to some extent, but there are still a way around that so-called beavers that some of these politicians they've devised already. No, they have this confidence. All of them they have this confidence, not because like I hear the only way around it is they would they would buy people's votes. Maybe a night before the election, they would share the money to their mules, and those mules will go around and then start bribing people.
But now, talking about that, then let me just introduce the next topic now about the buying votes. The Naira, the money that when they don't save now to share eve of the election, as you rightly put it, might not work because the CBN say they want to redesign the money with they now from December 15th. The new design will come out, will be in circulation, and the old one we cease will not be legally accepted again from 30th of January, which is like 5 days to the election.
Yeah, I saw when Emefiele said that it was yesterday or the first day. I saw it and I read the news on that.
So
But
they might not be able to share money if of the.
We shall see. We shall see how that plays out. Like I said, what I believe is this: these politicians, they have all their money, their cash, in hard currency, especially in dollars. We're talking about manufacturers who needs to go abroad to go buy stuff. They can't get dollars. They can't have access to dollars. Even some kids that goes abroad to study, their parents can access dollars to pay their school fees and all of that. So all these dollars they've been taken out of the system by these politicians because they know that by having their money in hard currency, they are guaranteed their money is secure. And that's even that for them, that's even an investment in the sense that if the Naira continues going higher, they'll get more Naira when they exchange their dollars, from whatever, maybe Bureau de Change or whatever. So I know that some of them are not foolish, all of this. That's not to say they don't have Naira. Some of them don't have Naira already stored somewhere where they will use bribe people. And that could, if we look at it from that prism, that okay, yeah, what the Emefiele is trying to do is like he said, like some of these bandits who have they've already paid them almost like over 200 billion Naira in circulation. Well, with these bandits already, they've been paid through various kidnapping they've done. They want to make it useless in their hands. And some of these Boko Haram too, who must have also had Naira in their hands, maybe billions of Nairas in their hand, in buying their whatever. They want to render it useless. And also the politicians, I think especially the politician perhaps, that's the target. But to me, I believe that there's more to that story that Emefiele is telling us. I think Emefiele and his goons are trying to cover up some things. They know they'll be going by next year, this time next year, they'll be out of business. And they know that a lot of can of worms or whatever they call it will be revealed. A lot of things will be revealed about so many corruption. So maybe trying to cover it up with this. I think that's what I think they're trying to do. And again, I've been seeing people from the business world, from the financial world, industry. They were talking about that's going to cause some kind of tsunami in the system because it's too short a time for you to be doing this, and in an election year, you're going to disrupt a lot of things. So I think some people but he said already Bubu has given the approval. But from what I heard, some people in the financial industry, they are trying to prevail over the president. Over the CBN governor to postpone what he's trying to do till after the election. And I know even some of the politicians are also behind it because it's at this time when Nigeria get this recession. I think we're already in recession. We're kind of in a recession, and with this hyperinflation and everything, it's not something you should be doing at this time. That's what some people say, which I don't really buy it as such. But I simply I can buy it because it's going to cause a lot of it's going to disrupt a lot of things in the banking system. Because A lot of people have, because why? The reason why a lot of people, there's more liquidity in the system is because the dollar, I mean, the Naira has no value. You know, like for example, if you have 100 Naira as like 10 years ago, compared to when you have 100 Naira today, or when you have like 10,000 Naira today, or let's just say 1,000 Naira today, you can see the difference. 10 years ago, if you have 100 Naira, you're like, okay, you're like a big guy. And now if you have 1,000 Naira today, it's like that 10, it's just like when you have that 1,000 Naira today, it's just like when you have that 100 Naira 10 years ago or something like that. So there is more need for more money in the hands of people because the money has no value. You can't expect somebody to be having like yesterday here we debated here that people needed like 15,000 Naira to cook jollof rice to feed a family of 6. Whereas by like some years ago, you can cook like with 2 okay, to organize free and fair election. Yeah, because we had that. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that there's need for more money in the system because the Naira has no value. I mean, why do you like Zimbabwe were printing like 1 billion 1 billion Zimbabwean dollar. Yeah, I think Zimbabwe dollar. You know, and the money was like, I mean, if you go to Somalia, if you see how they use wheelbarrow to carry money, you go change $100 like this, you will carry wheelbarrow, carry money from their bureau de change on the street. I think in Somaliland. So what am I trying to say here is this, that I don't know what the guy is talking about. The thing he should be facing, he should be fighting is inflation. Fight it and try to make dollar more accessible to people who really need it. And make the country well. I mean, like the economic, I mean, the security issue in Nigeria is why there's a lot of capital flight at the same time because we don't have our health industry. The health sector is a no-go area. If you know how many billions of naira leaves Nigeria for people who are going for medical tourism, if we have that medical sector fixed in Nigeria, that will trap our hard-hand foreign currency in the system. Our kids that go abroad to school, if our educational system is functioning properly, that's another billions of dollars that will be trapped back in Nigeria that would go into where it's needed for the people that need it for the real business. But when everybody's everybody's mopping up the dollar, they mop up the dollar, and then they're taking it abroad to go pay whatever services they are getting abroad, we are losing. We are losing the money. We are losing money. The money that would have used for our industry back home. Let me say Nigeria doesn't hand dollars. We hand dollars, but these dollars still end up back in the foreign banks and end up in other foreign countries. But dollar that we would have used in Nigeria for our own, people are, because Nigeria is not settled. Nigeria is a anyhow place. Education is bad. Everybody has to go abroad and study. Everybody has to go abroad and do what's it called? Medical tourism. Everybody has to go abroad and build houses and buy homes. So if we can make our environment conducive for all of these things, we'll trap more dollars in our system, and then the dollar will be circulated within Nigeria. And the naira will just get its true value. So you see, these are the things that he needs to do. He needs to work in concert. I don't know why these people don't even get this simple 101 economics. I'm not an economics, but that's what I did a little bit of economics. This is simple economics. So for me, that is what he should be doing. But rather he's saying he's changing money. He wants to change the naira look and everything. For me, it's just, I know they're just trying to cover up so many things, so many shenanigans, so many corruption. That's how I see it. But I know, like I said, some politicians and some big bankers and people in the financial sectors, they are all fighting against it, trying to prevail over him so that he would maybe postpone it or just totally abandon it for now. That's what I heard. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm done talking.
You don't mean me? Okay. Let's go to now. Talking about where money no go work now for the politicians. What do you think of the new development coming from father and son?
Who is the father and son?
Tinubu and the star boy, Yemi-Osinbajo, they were kiss and make up.
People say father and son. I don't know why people always use that word. Yemi Osinbajo not be young man now. I mean, if he's
No,
senior,
I mean,
I guess he's senior with 10 years, which I doubt.
Now, just politically
Don't be
speaking.
I know.
biologically now, Chairman.
Na black league they talk so.
Yes.
Political father.
Who else?
Now, political father.
Now, political papa.
I know, I understand, but it's just they made me the vex when people talk that kind of things sometimes. You know, with this guy, with Tinubu, I just don't.
They vex. Him know they vex. You they vex.
Now me they vex, yeah, me they vex now. You know, that guy not just like his style, not just like his. I mean, you were talking about I think it was one of your talk points today, the Dele Momodu thing where I brought up. I think I might have to go to that later. So anyway, so yeah I think I saw when it was. Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I'll keep that on for last for you because
Okay, all right. Okay, so let me quickly take on this because my wife tried to call me. Anyway, so talking about I think I saw some videos where it was saying that I forgiven him. I mean, who are you to say you want to forgive? Like, this guy has not wronged you, has not offended you in any way. Why do you say you're forgiving him for what? It doesn't need your forgiveness. I mean, it's a free world. Everybody wrong. Everybody have to contest. After all, you did the same thing. I mean, you contested after Saromi, who was your godfather, was it Saromi and the rest of them, and then you won. Nobody said because you were contesting against some people that really fed you back then when you were in 1999. I mean, this guy, who does he think he is? I mean, like Dele Momodu said, he considers himself as an emperor. That's why he does anyhow, and he believes everybody has to pander to him. Not be my own type.
Let's just go there. So, what's your take on that? Dele Momodu
you see, I get beef with Dele Momodu and I get beef with all of them. Dele Momodu now is not just a draw like
rational mind. I thought Dele Momodu was your guy.
No, well, not really.
Have you forgotten?
Not really. I know. Say I really ratted for him that the guy he might have something, but you see, all of them, all these politicians, when they don't get to some stage, I mean, the same thing when they criticize Garba Shehu, I think that's what I think he's doing himself. Look at the way he's just championing Atiku'S cause, like, oh, Atiku'S this, is this. I was like, oh my goodness. I was trying to even go and dig out some of the old clips of where he has this online rants when they do every time on YouTube. I wanted to go and see some of the things because I remember he said something about.
It's just being a party man.
I know, but
I'm surprised that you're surprised.
Well, let me say I'm surprised by that too, but
everybody's surprised.
I just look at Dele Momodu to be a very decent guy from the way he talks, like he's a pro person, pro masses people. But now look at the way he talks from his. I know some of the things he said, I buy them. They were actual facts. I'm talking about Tinubu. How he sees himself as an emperor. What he did to Ambode, and is he Keyamo-Melaye too? All those things. When he was there, I mean, I've said it on this platform in the time past when I used to argue with one man and the rest of people here that Tinubu had 2 deputies, or is it 2 or 3 deputies in a span of how many years? This guy is consider himself like as a god. He doesn't want anybody going against him. Well, that is Tinubu of then. I don't know if he's going to do that with Shetima. If Shetima should be ready for that too, because that guy, Tinubu, now one kind of person, now one kind of snake. If you
are you saying Keyamo is right by responding to what's his name?
Momodu
like that, insulting him.
What's his name? Keyamo na dog. That guy na dog. Give him a bone, he go start the back. That's Keyamo for you.
Rational mind. Those 2 are our finest. Those are the Niger Delta finest. Easy on them.
I beg you, forget that thing. So anyway, it's for me. I just sometimes that's why I will still go back to show, right? I mean, when people are, it's very hard. If people of principle, people who have principle, are very rare, very very rare. These days and age, people just swing, just change, switch position. I mean, Dele Momodu would have been the least of that kind of people that I would expect. And not even Keyamo too. Keyamo too is one of those lists of people that I believe that will quickly just change. But look at how these people, because they don't join party, they now talk from two sides of their mouth. You know, I mean, not as if what he said was wrong. One of those things he said about Tinubu were wrong. It's one of the things I've said on this platform. You know, Tinubu, we don't want an emperor. We want somebody who is empathetic, who is compassionate, who can relate to the people, bring himself so low to the level of the people he's going to serve. But no, this guy considers himself as Lord and Savior, or whatever he considers himself. He has this godlike personality. Yeah. So everybody must listen to him. Everybody must cower to him. If I don't want you to contest like he did in Amode's case, I mean, that's why this guy revealed to us that he personally wrote him, begged him. Boo begged him, which I know of that one too. I heard about. I know it directly, but I heard about that back then. That Boo begged him, and other governors too begged him that please let Ambode have second term. He says no, and then he came out publicly and saying that the people of the party have spoken. Who are the people of the party? You override the people of the party. In many instances, so there are sometimes within that APC, because I have people who are in APC. When the people of the APC says no, this is our man, he will say no, this is the person I choose.
Well,
it makes decision.
Rational mind in a democratic setting like this, where everybody's allowed to do and undo, you should give this guy respect if he feel they move weight the way they describe and so. And we give her respect.
What respect? I don't give people. You see. I don't know how we
Now people allow
think in that country.
No, now people allow arm. You understand?
No,
you know they walk with gun. You know they shoot anybody. Say you must have.
You know,
it's not the richest man in Nigeria. It's not the richest Yoruba man. It's not the richest Lagosian.
Of course,
it's not the only one that has that. But for him to be able to put those things way up there, I mean, I'm telling you, I know it's not fun.
And it's a bad strategy. When I mean bad strategy, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's an astute strategist. Yeah, that is why he finds himself here where he is today now, contesting for the presidency today. He said that is his long life, whatever I call it, ambition. And now he's gradually almost realizing it now. But we shall see how far when he turns Lagos when he gives Lagos FIRS, Federal Inland Revenue Service to his what's his name? His tax corporation. What's that name of that company? Alpha Beta. When Alpha Beta will become consultant to the federal government again, and we're taking 10% of the national revenue now go on I go clear.
Oh man, if he succeeded in doing that, I go celebrate him.
You go celebrate him,
If he succeeds in doing it now, rational mind.
Celebrate rubbish. That is why the country is messed up.
Rational mind. You just said it now. He buy his way there. Everybody should do it if you have. Maybe you only get money part. This is a talk of war.
Oh, yeah, this is your argument. Sometimes I know they understand this your argument. Let's not go there. I mean, you admire. Listen. I don't admire people.
I don't admire him. But
that's how you sound. You're sounding like you admire him. Oh, he said, let's give it to him. That's what you're sounding. You're sounding like, oh, you admire him. I mean, I don't admire people like that.
Wait now. Mama raised me to celebrate winners. If the guy win, I'll go.
Winners will use Connie become winners. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it is not for me to judge. There's a process.
Here we go. It's not for you to judge. Look at the word you're using. It's not for you to judge. When we don't judge people for what they do, then who are we then? Why are we here? Why are we debating here? Why are we talking about Nigeria?
Can I interject?
We're not here to judge. We are here to analyze the root.
Can I interject with rational mind?
Go on, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what you just saying, arguing with rational mind, everything that rational mind said makes sense. I mean, with his tendency to be very dogmatic and unyielding, that's what I call authoritarian. If you bring that to the national space, do you know where we're gonna be? It's gonna be nepotism to the highest.
Stop in. Man of prestige, stop in.
That's why we're here. That's why we're here to stop him. Actually, me.
And I'm telling you, if we not stop him, I am saying that if we could not stop him, I will celebrate him.
Listen, Ovie, maybe you know.
Anyway, go ahead, rational mind.
Ovie, my long-time ambition is to stop Tinubu from becoming president of that country. That is why I'm here. I will beat him down.
Wow, rational mind.
He's my clansman. He's from Yoruba like myself. I will beat him down. That is, I don't know, maybe he's really a Yoruba man. I heard this from Kanuri. I heard this from Is Tinubu's are from Borno State, so maybe it's not. So, but then as long as he claims to be a Yoruba person like myself, I will beat him down. I mean, not only me. You had Dele Momodu saying the same thing. I mean, some of the things I said here.
You they contest.
I know they contest, but I don't want that guy. I don't want somebody to be. I don't like his politics. But when I look at Tinubu as a person,
no, rational man, but like I'm personally or something.
I don't know him. I don't know him. His wife, like you said,
you don't like him.
His wife was my crush
about the policy
Hold
thing.
on now. His wife was my crush when we were in high school. And my crush, now my senior. So I've been falling in love with Remy now. But he can't go marry Remy, so I can't vex saying go marry Remy, my crush. That's why.
For real? Because the way you talk, I don't believe your story.
Where came it from?
No, I'm just messing with you guys.
I don't know. It's from the.
I just mess with you guys.
No, I know, but I shall have mine. But I shall have on the more serious note, right? On a more serious note, anybody will win. I have to respect that person because this thing is not easy. It's not easy.
This is the same way you admire your Fulani oligarchs.
Because they are winning.
I want to always get beef with you on that.
Because they are winning. They are winning.
They are winning for what? What kind of winning? Let us celebrate people who do things the right way. That's how we celebrate it. That is why the world is crazy right now.
Like who?
Dele Momodu.
No, not Dele Momodu. Dele Momodu, he said don't join them now. You don't join them. I once was like looking at him as somebody who is more decent, but now looking at him now, in fact, I have this disgust for him whenever I see him. Even when the way he even talks this day, he talks from.
But you remember when you were supporting him? Remember I told you
said
that
it's another viable. Don't get me wrong. I know what I said. Black League. I say it's another viable option that we might have within PDP that they should consider him. Yeah, because the way he was having those is what's it called? That is talk show on his Ovation whatever TV on YouTube, and the way he talks like he criticized Gabashewu, he criticized Bubu, he criticized everybody in PDP. I was thinking maybe this guy gonna be another option. Yeah, you say what?
But in politics, you have to criticize. They were his opponents. He was trying to be the candidate. Right? They were trying to be candidates too. Atiku and them.
I'm genuinely curious now.
That
I know who knows that you're actually advocating for Dele Momodu to become president.
Yes. Now why are they shocked now? Say,
this is my question. This is my question, Rational Man. The same Dele Momodu where Keyamo say the only qualification where he gets now photo ops with celebrities and movers and shakers of society.
that Keyamo get bad mouth. That guy get the bad mouth.
Wait, you go prefer past an ex-general?
No. Hold on. Yeah, I would prefer him because I see him as an international man. Now, apart from the photo ops that this guy, we have a way of this guy, what's his name? Don't forget, Keyamo is a lawyer. He has a way with words. He's a spinner. He can spin things. We've always seen him how he spin things.
What qualifies Momodu to run Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying. You see, hold on. To be a president of a country, you don't need all this kind of experience that most of us tout here on this platform. All you need is the quality of a leader. Lead very well. Have the quality to lead. Dele Momodu has shown that in that he controlled a media outfit that has brought him in contact with world leaders and high personalities. He had staffs that worked with him. All of those things are what I considered. If you have had that exposure, international. What I'm saying is this: if a leader, somebody has had an international exposure, and he has met with world leaders and all of that, for you to meet with some world leaders, you know what it takes? A lot is involved for you to meet with world leaders. He has met with Clinton, the likes of even other big personal U.S. presidents. So for you to do that kind of a thing, just like Adesina now. You say it's not. If he wants to contest, it's not a viable candidate.
That's a different.
But he has not led the state. He has not led the state.
That's an unfair comparison, Rational Man.
I'm like Rational Man. Are you serious?
Hold on.
Really?
Hold on. I mean, What has Adesina done? He was a banker, right? And maybe he was a minister.
Are you
right?
talking about the spokesperson or the president of the African Development Bank?
The president of African Development Bank.
African Development Bank. African Development Bank. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know the comparison might sound like it's out of whack, but I mean, what I'm saying is it's the same in the sense that people who have had international exposure, like Adesina, had sat with world leaders, even with Trump. I've seen pictures of him with Trump.
Not just photographer. He just
that is what Keyamo will make you believe. Yeah, he's photographer. he does. That is his business. That is his business. It's a show business. He's a showman. I mean, look at Ukraine. Ukraine has a comedian as their president. Look at how he's leading that country even in time of war. Who would have ever believed that this guy would get to this point?
But while you were supporting Dele Momodu, my major criticism of him, well, I'm glad you no longer believe in him. But my major criticism of him is his business and his political ambition. Because politically, before he came into mainstream parties, he was always on the opposition, saying we needed to get these old politicians out, kind of sounding like a show.
Exactly.
So my thing is, if your personal business, you built wealth off of celebrating these men, so how are you coming on the backside to tell me you're here to replace them? The same Abachas, the same IBBs, the same Abdul Salams, the same Obasanjos, the same people you're preaching against. You're whining and dining with them personally, up close and personal with them and their families. You've built considerable wealth with that. So I saw that as a conflict of interest.
Who is that now?
Black League.
Oh yeah, Black League. Hey, are you there? Where you wrong go since? And we think
I
say
don't
you don't
come back.
You don't come back from Abuja, Abi. You don't go chop your own. Tell us where. Tell us where you go.
It was obedient.
You don't go. You don't go organize for Obi where don't come back. Abi, she don't land for your pocket. She don't land for your pocket. You don't come out.
Obi they give. I don't know where when I hear that one from. Obi they give.
But you say they give CC now.
Obi is a cheerful giver.
Hey, Bradley, but the way you just describe this guy now, I think it's you are not putting things in the right perspective, because he runs magazines that carry pictures of wealthy people and stuff like that. Does not mean that he dine and wine with them. He's doing a legitimate business. So when they invited him and, to carry out his services, and he did it, and you cannot describe that as whining and dining with them. So at the same time, you cannot say he doesn't have the right to criticize or express his position when on political issue or current issue in the country. And when we have government that is not leading us well, and this man spoke against them, you can't say that he has done anything wrong. And you cannot say that he doesn't have the right to vie for political office. So he's a member of PDP. He wasn't a member in 2015 or before this time. He wasn't a member. He wasn't a member of APC. So he said it clearly, and everybody, saw him supported BUHARI in 2014, just because everybody was looking for change because of the way Jonathan was, the direction Jonathan was taking that country. So he came out against Jonathan like many other Nigerians. They came out against Jonathan. BUHARI came in, and He has been criticizing Buhari when Buhari has been fumbling and, not running the country well. And if he now decided to join political race and join PDP as an opposition party against the party that he's been criticizing, I think he has not done anything wrong. So now he's in PDP. He contested for presidential position. He lost. He still remains a member of PDP. And he's supporting the candidate of the party. So what has he done wrong? How can you people describe him as, he's a man of no principle or this. He's a member of the party. As long as he remains a member of the party, he has to be a loyal party member and support the candidate of the party. And that's what he's doing. It doesn't mean that...
Ajale Koko, hold on.
Yes.
You continue. You see, I will try and see if I can dig, because that's why I've always tried to go back to his Ovation TV. I don't know why, maybe he locked me out. I don't know if so I've been trying to, I don't know if he has videos on his Ovation. I mean, I want to dig out where he specifically said in one of his old something that power must shift to the south. He said it.
Look,
we cannot expect, hold on. We cannot expect to have another Nabubu during 8 years and then another person from. That's why he said he's throwing his hat in the ring to want to represent the South. And in fact, in one of his recent interview with Keyamo-Melaye, he was saying it's because of the South did not get their crap together. They did not get their political whatever together. They were against each other. That was why the North were able to outdo them again this time around. And he said he doesn't have any qualms with that. He will support what's his name?
That's a statement of fact.
Guy. So,
and that's a statement of fact.
It's a major. I know. But the point is this: when people don't have principle, you said something at one point and you were vehemently saying it that this is what you want. Now you are changing because of one stupid political party or whatever. I mean, what should come first in a man's life? Your principle, your values. Your values should supersede anything at all. If somebody like him like that could just quickly change in his values and principle, it tells me all I need to know about the kind of person he is. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, you see what he did before the primary. The party had a committee that looked into the rotational presidency, and the panel submitted a report that people across the country wanted it open, and everybody agreed to that. So, and that was what.
Ajale Koko.
Hold on. That was what led everybody into the obtaining forms, including Obi, that was a member of the party, and Wike, everybody. So they all agreed. So you cannot, since the party took a decision and they didn't leave the party and they agreed to go along. So, and they just practicing loyalty to the party, supremacy of the party. So if he's supporting the candidate of the party now, you can't say, because sometimes he said this thing should come to the South, and now the party have picked up, he should back out. I mean, he believe in the personality of who he's supporting, and he have never spoken. Dele Momodu, we have to. I've never seen him making a derogatory statement about anybody in that country. He can criticize you on policy, but derogatory statement against personality, politician, whatsoever, he doesn't do it. He has that character of not attacking people's for what they are, but on the basis of wrong policy that they adopted as the head of government, and that is that is what he does. So to me, I've not seen. I can't say that he's a bad person or he has done something wrong. He has not done anything wrong. He's just a party member supporting his party, supporting Atiku. It's not a big deal to him. So, but we should not just describe him as a person with no, what do you call it, with no principle, or a person that will, deviate from what he stands for.
Of
No,
course, he
I
has
don't
no
see.
principle. He has no vision. He has not. Reason, this is the somebody who made his
Because
first
he
1
doesn't
million
support
today.
Obi, or because he
No,
doesn't. That's why
no.
that's what
He
makes
he
him not
he,
a
con-
person of
he,
principle.
he contested 2007 or 2011 because of he made his first $1 million profit uh, since he established or opened Ovation magazine.
Let me tell you this.
Wait,
Hold on. Let me tell
wait.
you this. Let me tell you this. This guy has said it consistently that there is no other party in Nigeria that can win election other than PDP and APC because they have that national spread. This guy have told us several times on his show. I watched his show several times. He said
Of
those are
course,
the
it's
two
several
parties
ideas.
that anybody that is vying is looking to be president of Nigeria that does not go through that party because of their structural, spread across the country. He said that person
But
cannot achieve it.
he was the one that gave the narrative that a third party in France break the jinx. He was the one that gave another explanation how another third party from somewhere depleted or broke the genes of all those old narratives. But what I'm saying in essence is this: where I agreed or aligned with National Mind is one. This is the someone who have already criticized them vigorously than now shouting or now dining with the big boys because his asset has already reduced. He's no longer breaking even in his businesses. He's no longer breaking even in his businesses. His long life ambition is to become a minister or have an appointment with Atiku Abubakar. He sincerely knows that he's not going to be the PDP presidential candidate. He sincerely knows. So he's trying to fix in because of he wanted to go to APC, but there is no space for him. So he's thinking that joining an opposition, Atiku Abubakar, will give him the leverage, will give him an enabling environment for him to penetrate into the politics. But now, currently, he's fighting with the APC baby dog, Festus Keyamo. But they can never distract us from the issue. That is why we must, to be sincere with me, despite I'm being obedient, but sincerely, among all of them, I sincerely, even 2019, I supported Showore. I sent in my own GoFundMe from here in the States. For me, Showore happens to be the only person that aligned with my own personal principles and view in terms of policy direction and what you believe in your own physiological way of thinking. So what I'm saying, in essence, is that Dele Momodu and Festus Keyamo, they are just playing to the gallery to distract us from the issue. I don't regard them as anything or as an influencer or anything. In fact, okay, go on over here.
Thank you, Spencer. I think not so it's supposed to be shy. Everybody is supposed to follow somebody that he believe align with his own belief philosophically, economically, whatever, rather than just going with the masses. I agree with you. National man, if you don't mind, let me go to Blackley for the sake of time. I think we have less than 2
That's
minutes.
fine. That's fine. Come on. Yeah.
Yeah. National man, sorry. Blackley, where you go? Where you enter before? You go work with obedience. Is that what it is?
The
Now,
full animal don't go chop kunu. Leave him alone. Go
I
somewhere
want to work
else. Go somewhere. Now full animal don't go chop kunu. Leave him. Go somewhere. Maybe go to somebody where they chop apu.
I
Abobi,
wish, Ajale Koko, I wish.
let's go to the. What do you think of the new kiss and makeup of father and son? Well, how any does it change anything going
I
forward?
mean, it doesn't change much. Maybe their personal relationship, but other than that, it doesn't change much. I mean, it was bound to happen. Their relationship goes way back. I mean, since Tinubu was a governor in Lagos State, so
But with
it
this
doesn't change.
Muslim tickets, him coming in as a pastor, no be plus. At least he go give Obiro for his money to small wound among the Christian faithful.
Well, I mean, with Tinubu's wife being, I think she's a pastor also in the same church. I mean, even with that, there was still an uproar about the Muslim ticket. So I don't believe with Yemi or Shimbajo publicly being on board now, or as he said, Tinubu said he has forgiven him. I don't think it changes much.
And uh, putting the venue of the speech into context was in Kano, and he was speaking to Oshibanjo's team, the people who are supporters during the primaries. Those are the
Yeah.
people he was speaking to in Kano. Is it a sign that there's a belief out there that it's finding it difficult to actually, make a headway within the not east west specifically, not in general. You think I just move is a good move. If he appeals to those his followers, is a good. Other people might judge it from that side.
Well, I mean, Tinubu is doing all he can to secure the Northwest votes, being the strongest voting bloc in the country. He's trying to see how he can have an edge over Kwankwaso or over Atiku because he's facing two Northerners. So he's doing all he can. He'll make peace with whoever he needs to make peace with uh, within his party and even across party lines. Um, but that's just part of politicking. As I said, is the politically speaking, it is the most important zone because they rack up the most numbers. The Northwest, being that there are 7 states there. So, I mean, the symbology of the venue being Kano, the strongest state in the Northwest, politically speaking. I think you're right. The symbology is he needs the votes from them. He needs to at least have an edge over an Atiku or Kwankwaso. If he cannot get that, he can also settle for 25-30% of their votes.
Now that you bring these two characters in, let's mirror in on Atiku. Atiku, you don't hear the hard boss. Well, not hard boss. His speech in your state actually, Kaduna, Arewa House, where they asked him what does he have for the Arewa interest, and the guy openly said, Arewa, what not? I'm paraphrasing, not what he has for Arewas, but what Arewa needs. Now, they tell us in Arewa, and Arewa need the president who is of their origin, who has built bridges across the nation, not a president from Yoruba extraction, not a president from Igbo extraction. And that when, Current Nigerians went bizarre about that. Everybody carry cutlass, carry gun, begin follow everybody that. Now, and today, now as we speak, it's in America trying to meet up politics. It's campaign. That's how they put it. Here in America to campaign to Nigerian diaspora as business class, young professionals, and whatever they have
Who are
in
you talking about?
diaspora. So Atiku.
Because here in America?
Yes,
I will give a visa.
he's going to spend 1 week to campaign to.
They give a visa to come America. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
He's already here to campaign already.
Why you get this your own news? I don't even know. I mean, I go check online because.
Go online.
Where the news they say come America? Yeah.
Go punch. You will finish from punch.
Okay.
Punch here.
I go look at
punch today. Yeah, Atiku takes campaign to US. You understand, the presidential candidate of the PDP Democratic Party, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, has left Nigeria for political campaign in the United States of America. And blah, 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 a lot of more. So, yes. So now, why I bring these two scenarios come is as if, is it that he doesn't care about what is happening in the Niger Delta, that is talking about Wike, IU, and now, I think, what's his name? Autumn has publicly came out to say Atiku had to apologize to him, or it's his support goodbye. Pretty much. Well, what do you think is happening here within this race?
Well, with what you started with, Atiku's speech at Arewa House in Kaduna, it was to me. I didn't really. Well, I understand the uproar, but I didn't see any need for it. Maybe I just understood what he said differently. Him saying that the North needs a northerner that has built bridges, and not an Igbo candidate or a Yoruba candidate. I think he was speaking directly to his opponents. His major opponents being Kwankwaso, Obi, and Tinubu. Saying the northerner needs a northerner, the North needs a northerner that has built bridges. It was a jab directly to Kwankwaso because Kwankwaso is a fellow northerner. And he is saying that Kwankwaso has not built bridges the way he has. I think that was the statement. It was straight to his opponent from the North, Kwankwaso. And saying the North does not need an Igbo candidate. He was speaking directly to Obi. Obi being a candidate from the Eastern Igbo extraction and somewhat being perceived to be linked to the Igbo separatist movement. So he's saying that a candidate like that has not built enough bridges and will not be good for the North. And also by saying they didn't need a Yoruba candidate, he was speaking directly to Tinubu. All those times he was speaking, I don't think he was speaking to the ethnic nationality. No, he was speaking to direct personalities who he's contesting against. Tinubu, the famous Emilokan, Awalokan in his speech, saying that it's the Yoruba's turn, it's his turn, It doesn't sound like a candidate who has built enough bridges. So I think that was Atiku's point there.
No. Blackley, you're taking it. You're trying to rewrite the whole thing yourself. I mean, you need to consider the context. He said, in the context of what he was talking about, he was addressing a section of that country called Nigeria. He said, "We the Northerners." Look at that. Just imagine that word. We the Northerners. We are more. We love Nigeria more than the Southerners. We are more Nigerians than the Southerners. We champion the Nigerian cause more than the Southerners. Just imagine that word. Context matters in everything. You don't just say things and just try to rewrite it or try to paint it in your own way. Now he said he went ahead. He was even stoking a lot of, tribal fire there. Because if you look at what he said, we the Northerners, we love Nigeria more than the Southerners. We believe in Nigeria more than the Southerners. And then in the context, still in that same context, he said that Nigeria does not need a Yoruba candidate. You are telling me he's referring to what's his name? Ahmed Tinubu. No, he wasn't referred to him. You could say that because he's also a candidate in this
So
election.
is he referring to Obasanjo?
Hold on now.
Who is he referring?
Hold on. I know we can always spin things around. You see, one thing about we do something.
No. I said that's how I understand it.
That's how you understand it. Okay, good. That is how you understand it.
So
now,
if
we're looking at the context.
If he's contesting against a Yoruba man and he goes to
there are
say,
other ways you could say it. If you feel your opponents, call them by name. APC, PDP. No, he said, we the Northerners, we believe in Nigeria than the people from the South. Whatever they call them, he says, Yoruba nation,
my
Igbo
understanding,
nation, whatever nation they call them. Just imagine that kind of.
My understanding of that is he was speaking to the secessionist agitation in the South.
Oh yeah, he's speaking, and this is a unifier. This is how you speak about these people you are trying to unify. You say whatever they call themselves, right? You see, we can come here and just say certain things and spin them the way we want to spin them.
I'm just telling you how I understand what Atiku was saying. I'm not here to hold brief for him or he has people. The party is paying people to do just that. I'm not one of them.
That is why
I'm not here to,
I understand.
I'm trying to say that's how I understand what he's saying.
That is why people like Dele Momodu would now enter my black book. This was the same guy that went on channels, the same way you're just trying to say it here yourself now, which you said that's your own view. That is the same thing he was saying. This is a Yoruba guy who studied Yoruba, who knows the Yoruba nuances. Yoruba believe in words has male and female. There's a way you speak. We can even understand it even beyond what you are even saying. The nuances of what that guy is, he was talking ethnic. He was trying to fire up the Northerners to let them see that we the Northerners. Just imagine, look at that word, we the Northerners. Oh my goodness.
Where is Atiku? Is Atiku from the South? Is Atiku from the South?
No, you don't. If you say you're a unifier, you don't use.
No. Is he from the South? You have to come from somewhere before you're president.
So if Tinubu now says Emi Lokon now, thereby saying we Yorubas, our Lokon. Some of you will have beef with it, especially you from the north. You'll be saying that why should you say you're bad local? I mean, you see, I keep saying to Ovie here that Ovie, we are not one in that country. That country, we are not one. I mean, I'm not. I don't want it to be like it, but it's sad to say this is how it's going to be for the rest of the existence of that country. As long as that country exists, it is going to be on this ethnic thing. When Yoruba says our local, the Northerners will say we the Northerners. And he will say, we the Northerners believe in Nigeria more than even in. I mean, what kind of a statement is that? Who even believe in that country more than any other person?
Rational mind. I think you're the one whipping the. I think you're the one whipping the ethnic.
No. I'm not whipping anything. It is so annoying to be hearing a so-called unifier speaking.
So if Atiku is in Arewa House speaking to Northerners and he said, we the Northerners.
It could speak like.
Is it grammatically wrong or is it factually inaccurate? What is wrong about that?
Allow Blanky to talk. He has like maybe just 5 minutes before we round up. So allow him to just hear his opinion so that we'll round up. Maybe at the next section, if it's still going to be available now, go ahead to head. Now,
and as to him being in America, I mean, it's not new. Before the last elections, he also visited America when people were saying he would get arrested, this, that, and the other. Well, that's aside. He is in America, and just a comment about those two, because people say they are the two top contenders for presidency in 2023, Tinubu and Atiku. Yes, there's an Obi, yes, there's a Kwankwaso, but Even in the media, they are projecting those two as the major candidates. Now, I've been on this platform several times speaking to the political reach, capacity, and capability of those two candidates. There are two candidates who have seen it all through from the military time, all through military regimes. They were together in fighting, quote unquote, the military and bringing back democracy. And they've been at different times, maybe in different camps, and then back in the same camp. And by camp, I mean political party, at different times from 99 till now. They are both master strategists in the game. They know Nigeria and they know Nigerian politics through and through. They are now in opposing parties. I always say politics is about illusion of choice. That's how it's practiced and has been practiced really all around the world. People really don't have a choice because Tinubu and Atiku is different for me to see a separation within the two, both politically and even in their personal lives. They have business interests together, common goals in that. One of Atiku's top businesses is the Intel's. Top shareholder is Tinubu. So where Atiku progresses, Tinubu progresses. Where Atiku profits, Tinubu profits. Where Atiku takes a loss, Tinubu takes a loss. That's how it works. They are members of the same family. But it will be presented to Nigerians as two different parties, making you think like you have a choice, but it's really no choice. In the Senate, when Tinubu was a senator, his Senate president is the current PDP chairman, Iyorchia Ayu. They were together in the Senate, close ties. They had close ties while in the Senate. Before the Senate, they were still together in the fight for democracy, quote unquote, the fight for democracy. Atiku was also part of that family. So these are members of one family presenting themselves as two different choices. Of course, they'll have spokesmen like Keyamo, Dele Momodu coming to tear each other apart on TV. But once you understand the game of politics, especially how it's been played in our dear country, Nigeria, you'd understand it's an illusion of choice. One counter argument to that that's very popular is why do they pay us to vote? Why do they engage in vote buying if it's all a scam? They have to keep that illusion real, to keep you thinking you actually have two choices when you know you don't. If Atiku wins the presidency come February 2023, it's as good as Atiku winning. Atiku might even have his own section in Aso Rock when Tinubu wins, and vice versa. I mean, I'm here speaking publicly. You can quote me anytime, as you all always interrogate everything I bring. So please interrogate this and quote me on it any day. If Tinubu wins today, it's as good as Atiku winning. And if Atiku wins today, it's as good as Tinubu winning. It's like me and my elder brother contesting for presidency. If he wins, it's as good as me being president. And that's how it works. I don't know if I went off or can anybody hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Well, that's my submission.
All right. Thank you, Black League.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Are you back over here? You disappeared.
Yes. Yeah, I needed to. Yes,
back to you. Back to you.
Yeah, and now maybe let me leave that one at first. We are talking about we talked about Dele Momodu, then talk about the correction. We talk about INEC, CBN plan. Yeah, what do you see about the design of the Naira?
I mean, you can redesign it however way it was. I'm interested in the value of the Naira. The Naira no longer has value. The Naira is no longer in circulation. In the country where the Naira is supposed to be circulated, dollars is being circulated, pounds is being circulated. There are schools in Nigeria that don't take any other currency but US dollars. They are located in Nigeria. Hotels located in Nigeria are taking US dollars in place of Naira. From the business standpoint, it's smart because they are protecting their assets and they're trying to maximize profit. Because the Naira can be 500 today, in the coming month is 700. So they've lost money. Of course, no business minded person would want to lose. But it's a thing for the government to look at. Emefiele, the CBN governor, I think he's the longest serving CBN governor. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know of any. Soludo did not spend as long as he spent in office. He was appointed during the PDP regime, Goodluck Jonathan regime. Buhari retained him, and Buhari's administration is about to be over. I don't know what's so special about this man or his ideas or the policies he's brought into the CBN, but our currency has been taking losses. Has been declining just at a rapid rate, and something needs to be done. We don't need a new face for the Naira. We just need the Naira to regain its value.
You know, let me take you to Ghana. I think I missed this out of the conversation. It don't make sense. Let's stay with this. So are you saying? I mean, from your permutation, your analysis about that Tinubu and what's his name? Atiku being from the same political family, including IU. So are you saying Wike is just making noise that's not going to succeed from his demand, since the political history you painted? The three of them
Yeah,
are
Wike. You see, Wike is a step lower from the level I'm talking about. When you go a step, and I'm speaking politically, that's not to demean Wike in any way. He's arguably the best performing governor in Nigeria, even with all his defects and my disagreements with him. But yes, all Wike's moves is to no avail. I told you it's an illusion of a choice. You have two choices. That's what is presented to you. But behind the scenes, it goes back to one choice. It's all one family. I saw Jafar commenting, mini stable, about the Shehu Yara group. They all belong to that family. It stems from the Shehu Yaradua family. Atiku was there. Tinubu publicly said it just recently that before Atiku joined Yaradua, he was working with Yaradua. That's General Shehu Yaradua, not the former president, the general, the friend of Obasanjo. So Tinubu said it. He said while he was working with Yaradua, Atiku was just getting out of customs. So he's saying he has been in that family longer. They are telling you what's happening if you're listening, but if you're not, you would be stuck on the Emilokons, the Arewa speech, and this and that and the other. It appears like it's two different families, but it's not. The two major political parties would present members of one family. So it's an illusion of choice. I keep repeating the word, so hopefully it sinks into whoever wants to pay attention. Whoever wins.
What you're saying is Bola Tinubu and Atiku, they are both from Yadua's school or political whatever. Is that what you're saying?
Precisely what I'm saying. And they've maintained that structure even after the demise of General Yaradua.
And so
I would argue that it's even stronger.
Sorry to interrupt. So what's this whole narrative of Tinubu trying to use Abiola's slogan of what do you call it? Renewed hope.
I'm telling you, my brother, is all one family, including Abiola himself. It was General Yaradua who told Atiku to support MKO.
And he defeated his war machine in 1993. and he defeated his political machine in 1993. The likes of Yar'Adua's people could not clinch the ticket in 1993 or other SDP. And you're telling me that MKO is part of Yar'Adua's political
No, but
whatever.
these boys are younger than them, the likes of Tinubu. Tinubu, they were senators now at that time now. Are you
I
talking
know.
about 1993?
So what I'm
So the
saying is,
political power is not that strong compared to what it is now. People like the Tinubu and even the Atiku themselves, they're still like kid in the block.
there were babies then. There were baby politicians then. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, Tinubu trying to merge Yar'Adua's because he claims to be a strategist under Yar'Adua, and then he's also trying to implement or use that kind of MKO's political. In fact, most of the things, according to Dele Momodu, that he copied into his manifestos. Some of the things that what's his name MKO tried to implement during his own time. So it's like he's trying to fuse Yar'Adua's ideology and that of MKO's. I think that's what it is. So how does that work? We shall see.
All right. Well, time no actually there again. Babati, you go. We'll come back later the second show or tomorrow, including Blackley. But I want everybody to actually, if we can, to round up just maybe a sentence. I'll read it. I'll bring the story. It's a new story. It's coming from Ghana. I hope Dean is listening. So he said 137 legislators in Ghana move motion to sack finance minister. Mr. Ofori Atta is also accused of making unconstitutional withdrawal from the consolidated fund supposedly for the construction of the presidential cathedral. A total of 137 legislators of the Ghanaian parliament have moved a motion to sack the West African country finance minister, Ken Ofori Atta. That this honorable house passes a vote of censure censor on the minister responsible for finance, Mr. Ken Ofori Atta, in accordance with the Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution on the following ground. A letter addressed to the Speaker of the Parliament reads, the 137 legislators out of 275 are the minority caucus of the Parliament, representing half of the Parliament. 1/3 of the Parliament is required to sign a notice of a vote of censure. I think that should be a vote of no confidence in our own way. However, Article 82 of the government appointee, Article 82 of the Constitution stipulated that not less than 2/3, 183 of signatures are needed to pass a vote of no confidence on government appointee. According to the Constitution, a vote of no confidence may or may not lead to the resignation or outright firing of a government appointee. In the copy of the letter obtained by Premium Times, legislators from this minority accused the minister of despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that they directly benefit from Ghanaian economy woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana debt overhaul. Mr. Ofori Atta is also accused of making unconstitutional withdrawal from the consolidated fund supposedly for the construction of the presidential cathedral. The legislator said he made illegal payment of oil revenue into offshore accounts and was deliberately and dishonestly misreporting economic data to the parliament. Stating further, the legislator accused the minister of physical recklessness, leading to the crash of the Ghanaian cedi, which is currently the worst performing currency in the world, alarming incompetence and frightening ineptitude, resulting in the collapse of the Ghanaian economy and excruciating cost of living crisis. Mr. Ofori Atta is a cousin to President Nana Akufo-Addo, who, according to local media, is shielded the former from parliamentary check over time. Now, why I bring this in? Why I bring this in from Ghana? This is exactly the same thing that is happening in Nigeria now. I mean, apart from this related to the presidents, the way the guy they run the finance of that country, just like the same thing they are accusing our accountants general. Well, I'm not saying they are not minister, but a lot of similarities there. But most importantly, this guy is well educated. Trust me, he goes some of the best schools you can think of, from Yale to Harvard to this like Nadia go all in schools. But it's as corrupt as like every other politician you can think of in that Western region. Now, just in 1 minute, what do you think? And we'll start off from there. Babati is gone. So rational mind.
Yeah, you see, the guy sounds like an Igbo guy. I mean, Okorie, is that not what he says?
Ofori.
Ofori, okay, Ofori, okay. I thought it was
Ofori, no,
Okorie.
not Okori. It's
When
Ofori.
you
It's
say
a
Ofori, okay,
Rational mind,
Ofori.
don't go there, okay?
No, don't get me wrong now. No, that's not what I'm even thinking. I'm not even thinking that, but I thought maybe it's an Igbo guy, because when you say Okorie, but Oforie, yeah, Oforie is a
Ofori,
Ghanaian name.
sorry.
Yeah, well, I thought you said Okorie. I was like, Okorie? I mean, who knows? Maybe it's like Vin, that was an Igbo guy born in Ghana or born to a Ghanaian man. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I think yeah, they should take him off if it's proven that he's corrupt. But in Nigeria context, they'll never do that. We have a rubber stamp National Assembly that always pander to the Fulani hegemony within the House Rock there. Minister of Finance, I don't know what she's been doing. It's just the way they've been using Emefiele, same way they're using that woman. You see, most of these things we're going to know the scale of the corruption within this Buhari's administration long after they are gone, perhaps. Very likely. That's why they're trying to cover their behind, trying to bring in somebody who's going to be a stooge, somebody who's going to cover them up, even when they are long gone, either in the person of Atiku, another Fulani man, or maybe the person of Tinubu, and then we'll not be able to know the scale of what they've done, the harm, the bankruptcy they brought into on that country called Nigeria. So yeah, I wish we had the kind of National Assembly that legislators that Ghana has, that they had to move that motion of taking him down. I mean, they should do that to Emefiele. I think the president can sack him. I think that's what Jonathan did in the case of former Sanusi, CBN governor. So maybe the House of Rep too. I mean, Nigerian National Assembly has the right to. They could move that motion, motion of no confidence in him, and have them sacked. Either the lady, finance minister, and Emefiele. Yeah, I think that's a good thing they are doing in Ghana.
Right.
If really that guy is very corrupt, I think that's a good thing.
Right. Thank you, rational mind. And thank you for staying to the end. See you later in the day or tomorrow. Ciao. Man of prestige, you are trying to defend as you say, I don't like money. Man of
Thank you.
prestige.
Sorry, I was having my early lunch. I'm having early lunch, but I can speak. Thank you, Javier. Yeah, on this
So
space,
just keep it short,
you want to
please.
go ahead?
I know time will do again.
Okay.
And Mr. Zanda
Okay.
is accusing me of sleeping already, so go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, on this space, about politicians. What I can tell you, Javier, all politicians are corrupt. Even though you have an independent mind or you didn't corrupt, when you go to that circle, it just seems like something happened to you. Even in America, they are all corrupt. But the only thing is that there's check and balance. They hold you accountable. Even in USA here, one Democrat, Manande, has been accused of corruption. So, he's under investigation. So my point I'm trying to make, all politicians are corrupt. So the main thing is accountable. So I'm glad Ghana has gotten up to this step at least. The motion they raised in Nigeria, that will never happen, let alone. I hope they hold him accountable. So the next round, whether they're going to be able to remove him, whether his brother or his cousin that is the president, is not going to play any kind of nepotism in that grant. But when it comes to Nigeria, they don't even get to that level. That's the one thing you're going to have other people shade you, Yakaba or whatever I've just based it on party. Because let me tell you over here, West, south, east, anybody in the government, they are all together. Believe me, don't let anybody fool you. Not just Kabah, they join with the Kabah because they benefit from that. But I'm glad Ghana is showing, is showing that example. But we did finish it. I hope to see. Hopefully, we can follow this news and see what's the outcome. If they do that, then I will give them a kudos for exemplifying what a democracy should be. Hopefully, they can accomplish that. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, man. Man of prestige. See you later.
Okay.
Black League.
Yeah. Someone's asking man of prestige. He said all politicians are corrupt. They say including Peter Obi. But
Obi is a saint. I can attest to that.
Oh, okay, good for you. But yeah, so as elections draw nearer, we should make sure we're doing our own research on the candidates, their background, their history, what they've done in the past.
Guy, which kind of research again now? We know all these guys now. We know all of them. We know they've been in part and parcel of the process. I mean,
and I don't know them now. Now when they argue like this, even when I know them, they tell una now one family then bring comot. Say una pick one. So any choice una make, that family is victorious.
But what about the generals, the guys where they rule before? Because from your own calculation, and the first time where because this family won't come to power with this. In other words, we're not going to see anybody that has a stand with military. So are you sure the military are fully behind these two guys as we stand?
Course,
Or I
the
want to go by
military,
Obasanjo movement? Obasanjo is running around to be.
the military is of course involved. Obasanjo wants an Obi, possibly rooting for Tinubu also. And I mean, it's not just in Nigeria. In most countries of the world, ex-military generals or serving military generals are involved in the selection of the leadership of the country. I mean, even in the United States, some powerful generals.
Let me make Alexandra Akeshi happy with this question. Who do you think there? Do you think so? You are saying that the military will rather back to Tinubu than the Atiku?
No, the military knows it's one family. At that level, they know. It's about who we give. It's not about who will win. It's who do we give.
But we have Obasanjo running around saying that they have a national agenda and is getting a response from IMB, Haruna, that well, if you have a national agenda, we have an election.
Well, that's all speech for the public. I'm talking when the cameras are not there, what they are discussing. They know that it's one family. Yes, election will take place as the 4-year ritual that would always take place. And there's already budget for that. That's another racket in itself. But as far as who they will give to, the family has been decided. It's for them to just pick one in the family. That's it. It's an unfortunate process, and I'm glad that people are beginning to be interested in politics. When time passes and you begin to gain institutional memory in politics, then you'd understand better how it works. I'm happy that the obedience are now on board. That's I would say millions of people added to that political space in the country.
Now that you bring those obedience space, what do you think of the shenanigans around Nnamdi Kanu?
What
that they should let him go, and do you think they will let him?
There's a court pronouncement. I think the federal government has responded. I don't think they're willing to let him go yet. So maybe it has to go to Supreme Court, and then even at the Supreme Court, they might still, the national interest question, whether it supersedes law or law supersedes national interest. That's where it will get to.
And what is the do you
National
see the effect
security.
on, do you see any effect in Obi movement in regards to that speed? Him if they leave or if they don't leave what is going to be any movement along that line?
It might boost the OB movement. At the same time, it can threaten the OB movement. So it can go both ways. I can't call it because Nnamdi Kanu still has significant followership in the southeast. So if he comes out and backs OB, then it will boost OB's movement. But if he comes out and says no elections in the southeast, that's going to affect OB.
What's Buhari role in this election? Is he going to be party man, support this guy, the guy that helped him when he needed the most, or is he going to stay? Is he going to just stay clear for the whole process? What can you read in that space?
Well, I think the president is ready to go home. He's ready to retire back to his home in peace. What's really going to count is the men around him, trying to see, how they would play the politics. They might say, oh, to retain the party's integrity, we should return the APC back to power. Or they might make an alliance with the other side of the family, which is Atiku, and go at it that way. So it's still up to them. But I don't think the president will play an active role in that.
Is that a good thing for Tinubu or not?
It's not a good thing for Tinubu. But Tinubu is a very smart politician. He has seen this coming. That's why they spread their tent to both parties. Either one you pick, we win.
Anyway, there's so much. Anyway, tell the audience why you know the show up and why you show up late today.
Why I show up late?
Why you were gone, where you go, and why you show up late.
I've been here. I've been in the background most times because I can't speak. Most times I'm at work. But today I'm free. And also time difference. Like by the time I'm waking up, you guys have started already. So I'm all the way on the
My
west.
friend, you are on the same time, time zone with Man of Prestige, and I the first get here.
We don't get the same work with Man of Prestige. So I don't know his schedule. My schedule is different.
Anyway,
but
thanks for showing up.
I'm always in the background. I'll come in whenever I can.
Good. Stay being a good boy.
Next time I hope to meet one man, one-on-one.
If you want to meet one man one-on-one, come back in the next 2 hours.
All right.
You should be able to see one man one-on-one. Anyway, appreciate it though. Thanks for showing up. Which one be open here again now? Anyway, Thomas, in the comment section, you're asking if I have PayPals. I do, but if you look at the screen, you see one man PayPals. You see buy a coffee. Come after that, you see donate to the channel via PayPal. So Petrobeam at hotmail.co.uk. That's the PayPals. Thomas, I see you acting on the comment section. Playtown, you are too early. Come in 2 hours. Okay. Yes, that being said, thank you to Middleman, Jafar, and everybody that donated, supported channels via Cash App, PayPals, and thanks to Ministable that used the dollar signs on the YouTube section and Mr. Alexander Gomez. As I said, I'm supposed to be reading these ones in between when they are just posted, but I'm not as genius as one man is doing it there, but I will get there. But thank you very much for everyone that showed up on the conversation. Muzid, Odutayo, Thomas, Playtown, Ministable, everyone, thanks for sticking around. I hope you guys are entertained. I hope you guys are, able to agree and disagree with people on screen. And to Ajale go Black, Fashionama, and Babati, even though you know great talk. And who again? Man of prestige, Mr. A. Spencer, even though you just breeze in, breeze out. Thank you very much for keeping up with me, and hope to see you guys later in the evening or tomorrow. One
Oh,
man,
all right.
you got
Okay.
something to say?
Just before you go, let me just trail what's to come in about just under 2 hours from now. So the Yoruba Nation space, they've come out aggressively against Tinubu. So that conversation around how a citizen, prophet is without honor amongst his own people, that we know the Afenifere are already out against him. So Professor Banji Akitoye, he has now come out against Tinubu. So what does this then mean? Because we do have that thing within that Yoruba space that they don't usually necessarily back their own. We saw it with Obasanjo, who all of the Yorubas hated, but the rest of the country loved. Tinubu also, the Yorubas resent this guy instinctually. Some will hold their nose and vote for him for reasons of ethnicity. But if you go to the thinking spaces of the Yorubas, there seems to be somewhat of a seething resentment against this guy. Professor Banji Akitoye, you will say he's a Yoruba nationalist, but then at the Afenifere space, it's a pro-Yoruba, Yoruba pressure group. So all the Yoruba spaces seem to be against this guy. And then there's this one now. With the change in the Naira note, the pressure now continues to mount that the Arabic letterings on the Naira note now needs to be removed. Only for reasons that Arabic is not indigenous to any space within Nigeria, and it is not the lingua franca of the country. So quite why would you have Arabic letterings that has no association either officially or even locally amongst the Nigerian space? Why would you have Arabic letterings on a sovereign nation's note? So that space has been opened up again, opened up this time by Governor Otom. So it looks as though we did say yesterday that Peter Obi was starting to falter somewhat, and you saw his interview on Arise TV, which was a total car crash. But then you will say maybe he was having a tired moment. But then subsequent interviews, he's just been just uttering utter gibberish, incoherent nonsense. Another example spikes up. If this was Tinubu, of course, they'd be charging down the hills, sparking cutlasses, chanting Agbado Agbado. So we discussed that as well, and that reconnection between Oshibanjo and Tinubu. So Tinubu speaks further on that. Reason I forgave Oshibanjo. So this is Tinubu now patting his little boy on the head, saying, there, don't do that again. Be a good boy from now on." So the patronizing of the vice president of Nigeria by the Luther of Lagos. So that's up for discussion. Still with the Luther of Lagos of VA, twist as northern business leaders, Kano academic community, imams, others, Sean Atiku, endorse Tinubu. So it looks as though the fruit of labor, Tinubu, of course, in the north now are schmoozing heavily amongst them. So it looks as though the fruits of labor starting to yield, or is this yet another tequila that we know the malas for? Twist as northern business leaders, Kano academic community, imams, others, Sean Atiku endorse the Luther. So there it is. And the explanations as to why the changes in the Naira notes, why we are replacing Naira notes. So the CBN explains now why they've decided to make this move at the 11th hour of this administration. So a potpourri, a mixed bag. So that's just the flavor of what's to come. In the course of the session starting, we will add on to it human interest storylines. You know, those ones that we do about policemen asking women to lift their skirts and all that. So a rich mix, a rich blend for everybody. So everybody be available at 9:45 UK time or be square. Ovie, back to you.
You don't want to be square. You don't want to miss out either. You want to be there less than 2 hours from now. It should be a firecracker. Anyway, thank you guys for again for making it happen again. I believe we are entertained. We have learned one or two things, and most importantly, we break news that is even here to make headlines or headways in Nigeria to you. This and many more will be coming to you again 2 hours from now, and most definitely tomorrow. Until then, keeping up, and don't forget to always have it at the back of your mind on our politics. Ciao.
Sunday,